Thank you very much for joining us. My name's Gary Allport from BirdLife International. I'm Senior Advisor to the CEO. I'll be a facilitator for the morning session today. I think the majority of people who are in the meeting today were with us yesterday, so I think you're familiar with the key people, but there are a few people that I see who joined today that I don't recognize from yesterday. So maybe I can just pass over to Duncan at ADB just to say hello from the ADB side before I get us going. Duncan.
Thanks, Gary. So thanks very much for everybody who's first off coming back for more, was here yesterday. We had some great conversations. I think Gary will maybe mention some of the things that we discussed there. But we had a great day, and we're looking forward to a full program today with two very good interactive sessions we hope will be fruitful for us to take the RFI forwards. As for those of you who are new, may not be aware, we had a great launch event earlier on at the COP15 and then at COP26. So we're now really underway with the RFI, and it's great from ADB's perspective that this is actually happening. Finally, it took us a long time to get here. So I'm very excited to continue on with the discussions today, and please do feel free to contribute in those sessions as much as you can, because the more we discuss, the more we get that collective knowledge coming out from yourselves, then the better we will have, the better program that we can build from it. So thank you again from ADB side, and look forward to talking to you throughout the day. Over to you, Gary.
Great, thanks very much, Duncan. So just to quickly recap on yesterday, and then I'll run briefly through the program for today. I think then Dingley will do some housekeeping, and then I'll introduce our first speaker for today. So yesterday, the framing of the 2 days of the session are the structure for the technical advisory work that we are doing with Asian Development Bank, and this comprises several pieces. The first is looking at capacity development and training needs assessment, gap assessment. There's then a large piece of work identifying the sites that are going to be the focus for investment through the Regional Flyway initiative, and evaluating the ecosystem service and other values of those sites. And then finally, there's a piece which is developing a granting mechanism. For the Inception meeting, we've been focusing on the training needs assessment, and then on the second piece, we've got a piece this morning on on identifying the sites, and then a bigger chunk where we want to really kind of take more of a deeper dive with you on the ecosystem service side. And then finally, we have just one relatively brief touch on the developments of the granting mechanism. That's actually going to come kind of further down the line. So at this point, we weren't doing any kind of deep detailed discussion, because that would be a little bit preemptive at this point. So that's the kind of structure of the meeting and the structure of today. Yesterday, we were able to try and get everybody up to speed with the background to the Regional Flyway initiative. So we had a series of presentations. I won't run through them all, giving the context from many of the erudite key experts from the region. I think it was actually a phenomenal setting of the landscape for the Regional Flyway initiative. You heard from all of the key people that really know the most up-to-date situation on the ground, and some very interesting feedback from the UNFCCC meetings and so on. It was great. And then in the afternoon, we had a session on the capacity development side of things, including 3 breakout groups where we discussed, actually, it was very interesting, very different dimensions of capacity development that should be the focus of the Regional Flyway initiative as we go forward. Dingley and I have the job of collating all of that after the meeting for the Inception report that will be produced. So it'll be interesting to see how, when we work with Lenka on that, what the main conclusions are. So that was yesterday. As I say, for today, we have 2 major pieces. The first we're kicking off with in a moment is the identifying the key sites section of our work, and then we'll go on to the ecosystem services piece. But before I take us into that first session, Dingley, can I just check in with you? Is there anything on the housekeeping side that we need to know? Dingley? Hello? Dingley? Oh, his camera's not open, so I have a horrible feeling he's dealing with a technical issue. You know what?
I am in fact okay. Sorry, I was muted. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just quickly run through a few quick housekeeping rules so that everybody can enjoy the workshop and get the most out of it. Yeah, and especially for the benefit of some of our friends and colleagues who have joined us today, but were not able to be with us yesterday. Just a quick few notes for you. So first and foremost, I would like to encourage all our friends, except for those who are presenting or speaking, to keep yourself muted at all times. However, when you join in the breakout groups, there will be lots of opportunities for you to share your ideas with us. So that will be where we can all turn off the unmute button. When you have a question for any of the speakers who has covered a topic that is of interest to you, and if you have a question, feel free to post those questions into the chat box, but clearly indicating which speaker you are directing the question to, so that it would benefit our team in trying to assign the questions to the speakers. And of course, if you have any comments at any point, feel free to put it in the chat box. For today, we have both Thai and Chinese translational services ongoing. So if any of you are, happy to use it, please click on the translation button, which is available on the toolbar of your on the lower toolbar on your screen. And of course, our meeting will be recorded, so just take note of that. I think that's really all I wanted to share with the audience to make sure that everyone is clear of the instructions. And of course, if anyone faces any IT issues, feel free to reach out to Hui Kun, who is on the team, Yoon, who is also on the call, or myself. I think I'm reflected on Zoom as Asia Zoom. So I think that's all I have to cover for now. Yep. Thanks. Over to you, Gary.
Great. Thank you very much, Dingley. Okay, so let's get going. I will move us into the first session. So as I say, we are in the first session today, we're going to be looking at the way in which we identify the sites that are going to be the focus for investment in the Regional Flyway Initiative. And we have two presentations. First will be Jianbin Shi from Paulson Institute, who will talk about the blueprint work in China. And then Mike Crosby will present from BirdLife. Unfortunately, Mike's not able to join us at the moment, so he's recorded his presentation, but we'll have his presentation following that. We'll then have a Q&A and a discussion session. We've actually allocated a significant chunk of plenary discussion time to this topic because we know there's a lot of questions that people will have. So I will just kind of manage that discussion. We'll record that and use that as feedback as food for thought as we develop the process of identifying the key sites. So let me hand over to Jianbin. So Jianbin is an advisor and director of the conservation program with the Paulson Institute. He's responsible for the development and management of a portfolio of wetland conservation and restoration projects in China. Before working for PI, Jianbin worked for Traffic in China. He's also an associate professor of Beijing Normal University, where he does some teaching both graduate and undergraduate courses, and has a PhD from the University of Liverpool. Jianbin, I see you're already sharing your screen, which is great. Can I hand over to you? The floor is yours. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Gary, and for introducing me, and also thank for the organizers of the workshop, and to invite me to give a talk on our work on behalf of the Paulson Institute. And I'm going to talk about our work and in wetland and in relation to the ADBs and the Regional Flyway Initiative today. Possibly, as many of you have known that, and the Paulson Institute and was founded in 2011 and by Henry Paulson, and who was the 74th and U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, and also the former CEO of the Goldman Sachs. And we are a think and do tank, and we believe that and the most present economic and the environmental issues can only be solved by the U.S. and if the U.S. and China and work closely and together in complementary ways. So, and our mission is to foster a U.S.-China relationship, and that and help maintain the global order in a rapidly evolving situations. And in order to achieve that, and we have set up 4 main programs within the institute, and they are Green Finance Center and think tank, and the Person Prize for Sustainability, and there's a nature conservation as one of the main program and within our institute. And the nature conservation program covers 3 major areas. And the first one is to support the Chinese government to set up a national park system. And the second one is to help and reduce the footprint of the overseas investment and the trade of China. And also we conducted many studies in the financing for biodiversity and also financing for the nature. And particularly, we recently issued a landmark report, which is called the Financing for Nature. And the third component of the nature conservation program is the wetland conservation workstream. And during the past few years, we have been focused on the coastal wetland conservation and the management work in China. Now, actually, we are now expanding our work and to include some inland wetland. So as a major work and achievement and for our wetland work streams, and together with our partners, and particularly the management of the Wetland Conservation Management Office of the Chinese government and the Chinese Academy of Science, Longyou Foundation, we developed the blueprint of China coastal wetland conservation and management in China, and from 2014 to 2016, I think. And this is the joint effort, and we worked with many partners and the agencies and organizations from both abroad and China. I think some of them are also at today's workshop. And the picture shows and the project agreement signing ceremony, and also the project results, the release conference, and also the first workshop of this blueprint project. So this is I think the great successful partnership and also the great joint efforts. And the major tasks of the blueprint project and is to assess and the status of the coastal wetland in China and at that time, and also to analyze and identify and the major threats and faced by the coastal wetland conservation, and also evaluate the ecosystem services of the coastal wetland. And based on all of this analysis, we also conducted a gap analysis to identify and the key coastal habitat for migratory water birds. And also we developed the best practice and case studies and to learn and to conserve and to restore the coastal wetland in China. And based on all of these findings, and there's a project put forward some strategy and action plan and for the conservation and the management of coastal wetland. And particularly, we put forward a set of the policy recommendations, and which were submitted to the top-level Chinese leaders and also to the public, to increase their awareness about the importance of the coastal wetland. And I just want to go very quickly about the major findings and the recommendations of the blueprint project. I don't want to talk about the detailed methodologies and also the process. And the major findings sometimes is stunning. You see, over 50% of the temperate coast wetland have been lost from 1950s to 2000. Actually, during almost 50 or 60 years, more than 50% of the coastal wetland have been lost in China. And the loss of the coastal wetland has been mainly driven by the large scale and the rapid development of the economy and the industry in China, and particularly from the land reclamation from the sea and from the coastal wetland. And also, of course, there are some other major threats to coastal wetland. For example, the invasive species of Spartan, and also overfishing and environmental pollution. But we can see that the conversion of land use and also the land reclamation from the coastal wetland has been the major drivers for the loss of coastal wetland during the past half a century. And also our study found that the loss of coastal wetland has directly threatened the survival of the migratory water birds, particularly some threatened species of migratory water birds. The gap analysis results show that only about 24% of the coastal wetland in China are under protection at that time, and which was lower, even much lower than the mean wetland protection rate, and like the 40, almost 47, 44, 45%. Of course, this has been increased to about 50% and now. And also there have been a huge gap in protection of the coastal wetland in China. And among all of the 140 service sites that have met the criteria for Ramsar site and or for the EAAF protected area sites, and almost half of them have not been designated as any protected area status. So the situation is not that good, and there is a huge gap and in protection of the coastal wetland in China. And particularly, and this study identified 11 very critical coastal habitat for water birds. And this 11 habitat are critical for the survival and for the at least part of the life histories of the migratory water birds, but they have not been under protection at the time. So the 11 critical coastal wetland, coastal habitats are from the north, like the Dandong Coast and the Liaoning and Nanxiao Wetland in Liaoning Province, to the south, the Wenzhou Bay and the Hanzhou Bay. And as we can see that there are 8 of them are in the Yellow and the Bohai Sea areas, and including like a Rudong mudflat, Dongta mudflat, the Lianyungang coast and the Ganyu coast wetland. All of them are in Jiangsu coast areas. So we know that they are very important and critical and to the migratory water birds, but they are not under protection. So we suggested to construct or to develop new protected areas to cover some of them, 8 of them. For example, the Luanan coastal wetland, the Tianjin coastal wetland in Gangu, and the Lianyungang, and also Jianyu Rudong, and the several others. And also we suggest to expand the existing nature reserves or protected areas to cover the 3 remaining critical habitat, like a Panjin Nanxiao wetland, could be expanded, could be covered by the existing Liaohe River Extraordinary National Nature Reserve. So I think most of us have known that this 11 critical coastal wetland were identified from the Blueprint project. And based, of course, And these are the major fundings, and there are several other fundings, and including some coastal wetland sites, and recommended to be included in the ecological redlines. And based on all of these major fundings, and the project put forward some major recommendations. And the first one is to strengthen the wetland legislations and enforcement at both the national and the local levels. Although there have been no particularly wetland conservation laws at that time in China, and there were several other laws or regulations related to wetland, and which actually have not been enforced fully and effective to protect wetland. And also the wetland at that time was not classified as a kind of the land. And actually it was classified as unused wetland, unused land. This means that wetland could be used for any purpose at that time, even for the industrial development and economic development. And the second recommendation is to reassess and suspend the implementation of the Coastal Wetland Convention and the State Reclamation Project that have been previously been approved. But I think that at that time, that was a very strong recommendation. You know, and there was still much and incentives to reclaim coastal wetland for industrial development and for like infrastructure development. And the third one is to incorporate the coastal wetland conservation efforts into the overall planning of land spatial development and the protections. Of course, there are several other major recommendations. So basically, and after the release of the blueprint, the findings and recommendations, and the result have attracted a lot of attention and from both the public and the media and also the government. And we can see even the scientific journal of science and particularly reported the result of the blueprint project and cited the result of this project. And also, and our chairman and Mr. Paulson wrote and in person to the Party Secretary of Shanghai, Hebei Province, Tianjin, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang, the Liaoning provinces, and to urge them to pay high attention to conservation of the coastal wetland in their respective provinces or cities. And particularly with some reference from the blueprint project result. For example, and in his letter to the then Party Secretary of Jiangsu Province, and he particularly mentioned the 4 critical coastal habitat, and the Rudong mudflat, the Dongtan mudflat, of course, include the Tiaozhini wetland, and the coastal wetland in Lianyungan. And we now know that Lianyungan is very important, and the coastal wetland for the Asian garbage, and also Ganyu mudflat. And in his letter to the Tianjin and the leaders at that time, and he particularly mentioned the 2 pieces of the wetland, like Hangu mudflat and also Beidagan wetland. So, and through different approaches and channels, and the results and the recommendations of the blueprint project and reached to the top level leaders of Chinese government. And since then, we were happy to see that the policy about the coastal wetland in China has been shifted, and which is in favor of the coastal wetland conservation, and also I think is a very big boost to conserve and protect the water birds in China. And there are just some examples to show how the policy related to the coastal wetland have been developed in recent years. In December 2016, and the State Council authorized the former state of ocean, state ocean administration to conduct a national marine inspections. And the major task of this inspection actually, I think, is to review and to look at the problem related to the reclamation and from the sea and from the coastal wetland. And after almost 1 year investigations, I think SOA realized the bigger issues of reclamation from the sea and the coastal wetland. So in January 2018, the SOA announced the most strict banning rules on reclamation from the sea or from the coastal wetland in China. Actually banned the commercial related reclamation and from the sea and the coastal wetland. And after 7 months, in July 2018, the state councils issued a particular circular on strengthening coastal wetland protection and strict control of marine reclamation, and which reaffirmed the SOA's announcement, but this was at much more powerful levels. And this was because this was issued by state councils, the top and the cabinet and in China, powerful. And also then we are happy to see that in July 2019, and the Yancheng coastal wetland, our Yellow Sea coastal wetland, was successfully inscribed to the World Heritage Site. And in August 2020, and the Ministry of Natural Resources and the National Forestry and Grassland Administration jointly issued an action plan for mangrove conservation and restoration, and which requires to restore almost 20,000 hectares of mangroves, and from 2021 to 2025. And recently, and we know that the Chinese, the Standing Committee of the People's Congress, the top legislations in China, and will have a state review of the wetland conservation law. And in China's the legal system, the state review of a drafted law means almost the final review. And I think in late December this year, and which is very soon, and we can see, I think, very most likely this wetland conservation law will be passed by the Standing Committee of the China People's Congress, and by the end of this year. And let's see, and let's expect to see this. And of course, for the next year and early next year, and the Chinese government will submit the application for World Heritage Site, and for another 12 candidate sites, and for the coastal wetland. As we can see, our blueprint project was to some degree support the nomination process, and also the support the nomination process for the World Heritage Site and for the coastal wetland along China. For the tentative list, from the tentative list in 2017 and to the second phase nominations, and which will be submitted early next year. So some of the priority sites actually are the critical water habitat identified by the group and the project. And since the successful completion of the blueprint project, and after we identify the key site and also the gap, identify the gap in conservation of coastal wetland, and our institute and our partner and have been working on the ground at several key sites and to fill in the gap and in coastal wetland conservation in China. Mainly, we have been working in Luanan coastal wetland of Hebei province and the Beidagan wetland in Tianjin municipal city, and also Rudong and Dongtai, including Tiaozhini wetland in Jiangsu province. And we, of course, and we are working in different ways, and at both like the policy levels and also on the ground level, as I said. And for the Beidagan wetland in Tianjin, which actually is having for mixed water birds, and there are about almost 300 species of birds, and some almost half of them are water birds. And this habitat was this wetland supports and some very important and very threatened and water birds, including the oriental wet stork and the red gulls and the black-faced spoonbill, and particularly, and this wetland supports almost 90% of the global population of the endangered oriental wet stork. But this wetland is facing huge pressures and the threats from the industrial development. We know that this new district of Tianjin and is the main industrial areas with lots of the chemical and the gas factories. So this plant is facing a huge pressures and threat from the industries, and how to protect and this piece of wetland is has been our major tasks during the past few years. And we worked with the local government agencies, the government, and also with the scientific and academic, particularly the Beijing Normal Universities, and also with the wetland management authorities, and to improve the capacity and also the skills and expertise and of the wetland management authorities, and in monitoring, in master plan, and also in wetland management and habitat restoration, and also to increase public education and awareness, and through different ways. And particularly, we supported the academic institute to conduct a comprehensive monitoring and service of the natural resources, particularly including the water birds, for the past several years. And also, we helped support to develop the guidelines for monitoring natural resources, which can get and the management authorities to conduct themselves the monitoring as their routine work. And also, we support different kinds of the training courses and the forums, and to increase the capability of the staff of the management authority and also the officials, and in terms of the monitoring and the management and the fundraising and the nature education. And through this project, and the several documentations have been developed, and for example, the guidelines for monitoring water birds, and also the name list of the water birds and the plants and the fishes, and particularly there are some guidelines, technical guidelines, and for monitoring of birds and the plants and the fishes, and all of this, and I think the basic documentations and can provide the guidance for the management authorities and the staff to conduct the monitoring and the management of the wetland themselves in their routine work and in the future. And also, I think, and the result of this project would lay a very solid foundations for the nomination of this wetland and for the second phase World Heritage Site. And for the protection and restoration of Luanan coastal wetland, and this is a long history, long stories. And actually, at the very early beginning of the 2012, or even earlier than that, we knew the importance of the Luanan coastal wetland and for the migratory water birds, particularly for the red-knot and several other keynote species, water species there. And by scientific findings, we know that some scientific service was research and found that and almost like more than 60,000 red-knots and used this coastal wetland as the migratory route stopover. But this wetland was not under any protections at that time, or even for a long time. And we know that our blueprint project identified the Luanang wetland as a critical habitat and for the migratory waterbird, but this was still not under protection, although it attracted lots of attention and from both abroad and China and on this side. And the turning point happened during the workshop, which was held in 2016, and the Beidao International Workshop of Coastal Wetland, at which there's then Hebei Provincial Governor, Mr. Zhang Qingwei, and they instructed the Department of Forestry of Hebei Province and to protect the coastal wetland, particularly including the Luanang coastal wetland. Actually, I think this opened the door for us to work with the government, local government, and with other partners, and to start the process of protecting and restore the Luanang coastal wetland. So in the next year, like 2017, and together with our partners and the WWF Hong Kong WWF and the Hebei Provincial Department of Forestry and the Luanang County Government, we signed a 4-party MOU and to protect and to restore Luanang coastal wetland. And in 2018, and the Mr. and Mrs. Person visited and Luanang coastal wetland and talked with the experts and the public about the importance and the necessary to build to set up the protected areas over the Luanang coastal wetland. Although at that time, and they didn't meet with the officials, but I think their presence at the site and is a push to protect the site. At the same time, we initiated a Spartan control project to help restore the coastal wetland. And at that time, in late 2018, the master plan for protected areas was completed, and with our support. But after that, there was a long period of silence and no feedback from the officials, from government, and no actions and response to the master plans. So then, in April 2019, Mr. Person met with the National Forest and the Grassland Administration Director, and to reiterate the importance of the Luanang coastal wetland, and also to re-stress the necessity to set up a protected area over the coastal wetland. So after that, and the NFJ sent some high-level directors and to talk with the local government and about the importance and the necessity of set up a national wetland park on the coastal wetland. So we can say the process was sped up. After that, we were happy to see that in last year, and there's a proposal of set up a provincial wetland park, and was approved by the Provincial Bureau of Forestry and Grassland. So in China legal system, the wetland park is not a kind of the entertainment park, or is not a kind of the urban park, and which in China, the wetland park has a legal status and in protection, and of course, as a park, the wetland park includes some functions of the entertainment, but the main task and the main function of wetland park is for conservation and restoration. I think what's the most important thing here is this legal status of Wetland Park and the pre-foundations for the nomination for the World Heritage Site of Luan Coast Wetland. And this shows the international conference and in Beidaihe. And this was the provincial governor, Mr. Zhang Qingwei. And also this is the master plan and for the provincial wetland park. We can see that there are several zones, and the sustainable use zone and restoration zone and sustainable use zone and the conservation zone and the wetland conservation zone. Particularly in this and the zone plan, we created the seasonal conservation zone, which can provide some livelihood for the local fishermen and during the non-migratory season. But this zone was prevented from fishing and during the migratory season, mainly in April to May, and again during the September to October. They are the major migratory seasons. And also, I think this is also a successful story of partnership and among different partners. And we work together and hard to push to achieve this objective. And for the conservation of the coast wetland in Jiangsu, and in addition to writing the letters to the party secretaries, and Mr. Paulson met with the party secretary of Jiangsu province and in April 2017, and also the Yansan party secretary and Mr. Huang Rongping, and also in April of 2017. And in these meetings and the talks, and the common and the major topics were on the coastal wetland conservation in Jiangsu, and particularly in Yancheng coastal wetland conservation. And after the talks, and we reached agreement with the local government to support coastal wetland conservation and to collaborate with them and to support the nomination for World Heritage Site, and also we support them to conduct some pilot project to control Spartan, which is the major threat to Jiangsu or Yancheng coastal wetland. So then in the first of the series workshop and towards the World Heritage Site nomination, and in December 2017, at the first international symposium, and Mr. Paulson wrote a letter, congratulatory letters and to this workshop, and in his letter, and Mr. Paulson encouraged and the Yancheng or Jiangsu province to nominate the Yancheng coastal wetland as the World Heritage Site, and also we offered the Council office to support the nominations. Of course, we were happy to see that. Sorry, we are happy to see that, and the Yancheng coastal wetland was successfully inscribed to the World Heritage Site in July 2019. And after the inscriptions, actually, we continue to support the waterbeds monitoring and the habitat and the threats, and to support the management of the World Heritage Site, including the Tiaozhini wetland. And we support the local NGOs like SBS in China, and to conduct the monitoring of waterbeds and the habitat and the threats, and to provide the scientific data and the basis for the better management plan for the World Heritage Site and also the other coastal wetland in Jiangsu. And the key result from the monitoring show that, and the Liu Yungang, as we now know that, is another very important site, possibly as important as Tiaozhini for the spoon-built sandpaper. almost all of the global populations of Asian dogwitches gathered at Liuyin during the migratory season. And also Tottenham is important for hosting the highest number of the sandpipers and also some other species like the green shank, Norman green shank. Tottenham those results particularly shows the importance of Liuyin. And I think, and for the second phase nomination for the World Heritage Site, Liuyin is a very hot site, but it was not included in the second phase. I hope our work can support the recommendations for this nomination process. And another piece of our work related to the waterbirds is the Coastal Waterbird and Habitat Database Project. And we realized that, and there have been lots of citizen data and from the bird watchers and the published papers and the GRI reports. And so, but they have not been used widely and accurately and scientifically. So together with our partners, and particularly the Chinese Academy of Science, and we collected lots of data and from different sources, and they corrected them and collected them, and after that, we collected over almost 2.7 million records of the current state of almost 200 species of waterbirds. And we use this data to identify the important habitat, coastal habitat for waterbirds by using some criteria modified from the BirdLife International and IBA criteria, and mainly 3 criteria. And a total of 132 important waterbird habitat along China coastal wetland were identified. And the main results from this project were published in July this year. And as you can see, that is the face of the book. And of course, there's 132 important waterbird habitat distributed along the 11 provinces along the China coastal line, and with Guangdong province having the most habitats, 23. And the total areas covered by those important waterbird habitat is almost 2.7 million hectares. And among the 132 important waterbird habitat, 77 of them are under protected as the protected nature reserve or wetland park or other kind of the protected areas. But the remaining 52 important habitats are not protected in any form of the legal status. And the important habitat supports about 25 threatened species of the waterbirds during the part of the life histories, and including the spoon-billed sandpipers and the Norman green shanks and the Chinese crested terns and several others, you can see. And for each piece of the important habitats, and we include some information, for example, the location areas, the protected status, and the main threats, and the description, criteria met, and the importance to what kind of the waterbirds. And this shows a piece of the examples, like the Luan coastal wetland. And also we conducted the analysis and the evaluation of the status and the gap of the China mangrove forest conservation and the restorations. And we also will put some recommendations, suggestions, and for conservation and restoration of wetland, the mangrove wetland. For example, we particularly recommend not to plant mangrove on the intertidal mud flats, which have been considered as an important habitat for water birds. But we know that in the past, the plantation of mangrove could be happened in any in intertidal mud flats, even in some important water birds habitat or some like the seagrass habitat. So this kind of recommendations have been adapted into the action plan for mangrove restoration and the conservation from 2021 to 2025. And another piece of work related to the coast wetland and the water birds is the Spartan control pilot project. And during the past several years, also actually from 1980s, and when Spartan was introduced to China from the North Americas, and it has been becoming a major threat to the coastal wetland, to water birds in China. It covers about almost 500 square kilometers along China coastal lands. And also our blueprint project identified invasive species of Spartan has been a major threat to coastal wetland. So we conducted the pilot project in Ruanan coastal wetland and also Jiangsu Yancheng coastal wetland. We use the chemical herbicide and the MSAP, and which was produced by New Farm American companies, and also which was used to control successfully the Spartan in west coast California in the US. So we used the same technical technology and the skills and to spray the herbicide in Ruanan coastal wetland. As we can see that we sprayed the first time in 2018, and then we sprayed the second time in 2019. And after 2 sprays, I think almost all of the Spartan was killed. At least 90%, 95% of the Spartan was killed. So this shows that MSAP is very effective in killing and eradicating the Spartan in the coast. And also our pilot project in Yancheng coast wetland also shows a similar or very same and results. And this picture shows the contrast effect after spray of the herbicide. And about 1 month and 10 months and 10 months of the spray. Particularly very recently, this picture was taken in July this year. So, and the treatment plots were almost completed, and the Spartan in the treated plots were almost completed, treated, eradicated after only 1 spray. Very effective. And also we monitor the growth of the plants, Spartan, and in different aspects. From, for example, the number of the sprouts after spray, the number of the sprouts reached almost 0 after several months. And also in terms of density Spartan and height of Spartan, we also can see the significant difference between the treatment and the control and the spike length. And also we monitor the macrobenthel in terms of the species number and also the abundance. Actually, no residues of the MSAP was detected in the samples, in the macrobenthel samples. And also the no impact was detected and on the species number and the abundance. So we are not compiling the evaluation reporting, and which we want to support to the relevant authorities and to make recommendations and to control Spartan. And recently, and together with our partners, Chinese Academy of Science, we launched a blueprint similar project, but for the inland wetland along the Yellow River basins. And we are going to do a similar and blueprint project for the wetland along the Yellow River basins. And we know that Yellow River is very important the basins for China in terms of both the economic development and also the ecological protection. And there have been serious degradation in ecosystems and functions and for the Yellow River and also the wetland ecosystems. And in 2019, the President Xi Jinping presented over a symposium on the ecological protection and high quality development of the Yellow River Basin. This means that the ecological protection and the high quality development of the Yellow River Basin and has been raised to the national level policies and strategies, and just as the Yangtze River protection. So this was put at a very high level and also give a very, very high attention. So then in October this year, and the outline of the plan for ecological protection and the high quality development of the Yellow River Basin was issued by the Chinese government. And we think that the wetland conservation and sustainable use is a critical component of the ecological protection and the high quality development, and also can contribute hugely to the ecological protection and the high quality development of the Yellow River Basin. So we developed and launched this project. We call the Yellow River Basin Wetland Project. We will identify the priority wetland and also conduct some gap analysis to water-based conservation. And also we will assess the ecosystem service and of the wetland along the Yellow River Basin, and particularly including the ecosystem services in climate change regulations and the carbon storage, and also the functions and the benefits and to the local communities and the livelihoods to the local communities and some major other functions. And also we will assess the effectiveness and the management status of the wetland and Yellow River. Again, based on the findings, we'll put forward some recommendations and to better manage and protect and also sustainable use of the wetland along the Yellow River basins. And we know that the ADB has also a Yellow River corridor ecological project, which we can see that there would be the good opportunities to work together. And also the Yellow River Basin Wetland Project and may also contribute to the RFIs and the priority site selections process. And the last but not least, I just wanted to mention the Coastal Wetland Conservation Network. And together with the NFGA, we set up this network. And at this moment, over 80 members of this network, and most of them are the important coastal wetland sites, and including like the Yalu River wetland, and the Liaohe River wetland, and the Yellow River Delta wetland, and the Chongming Dongtan wetland, which some of them actually are the Ramsar site, and also are very good candidates for the priority site for the RFI initiative. So we will also conduct some training courses together with WWF Hong Kong. So looking forward, and I think it's a good timing for the ADB and other partners to launch and to initiate this regional Flyway initiative in both the China and the other places around the world. In terms of, for example, we are facing the COP, CPD COP 15, and also the Ramsar COP 14 next year, and the climate change COP 26, and also the Chinese government and the civil society organization have paid a lot of attention on coastal wetland. And the second, I just want to mention that the methodology used in the blueprint project could be replicated for the RFI initiative and also replicated in other places, and also for the inland wetland. And the blueprint project and with other relevant projects like a GEF project, that could be a good foundation for RFI. And also the 162 important coast habitat, and it could be used as a next reference for selection of the project set in China. And the evaluation and assessment of the ecosystem services of the coast wetland and the Yellow River Basin wetland could also contribute to the RFI's objectives in the assessment of the function ecosystem services. Also, Yellow River Wetland project may also contribute to the project selection of RFI. So in one sentence, and the person told, and we are very happy and be honored to be part of this important and timely and the RFI. And we would be happy and to work with our partners and to contribute to the RFI and in terms of the product selection and the evaluation of the services, ecosystem services, and also the development of the mechanism, finance mechanisms. And we will do what we can do to help achieve the objective of this long-term initiative. And thank you very much. And also, I want to thank many agencies and organizations to support our work during the past few years in China. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Jianbin. That was a magnificent presentation, I have to say. I know this is a formal meeting, but I think I'm allowed to say, wow. That was tremendous. And we knew in engaging with Paulson Institute and with the other partners of Paulson Institute in the work that you've done recently in China, this would provide a very up-to-date current knowledge base as to how we might approach some of the work through the RFI. And I think what you've just laid out there is a magnificent update. I was thinking yesterday when we were watching the videos, at that moment when Rob Fuller was saying that he first heard of the change of policy news from China, and quite literally, if you excuse the pun, the tide changed, and the enormous relief that we all felt at that time. And it's huge recognition to you and the foundation and the rest of the partners that things have changed so radically, so quickly. And there does seem to be grounds for great optimism. A big job to do, but grounds for great optimism. So thank you very much. There are comments coming in on the presentation and questions. I know we did deliberately make a significant chunk in the agenda here because we knew there was so much rich content to come from this experience. So it was a relatively long session, but I think extremely valuable, and thank you once again. What I will do now is move us on into the next presentation, and then we'll have some time to bring the questions together and have more of a discussion. So just let me set a little bit more of the context for the site identification process that we are embarking on here. As I explained, the key pieces of the work that we are doing with the Asian Development Bank, the centerpiece of this is the identification of a set of sites that will be the focus for investment through the regional Flyway initiative led by ADB, but we're hoping that this will crowd in other donors, other major supporters. The key piece of this is identifying a set of sites that will be the focus for investment. And that really is working on two major levels. The first is identifying a set of sites that will be a cogent network for the migratory waterbirds and other biodiversity throughout the Flyway in the 10 countries of the Regional Flyway Initiative. And I think one of the ways that certainly I look at this is we're talking long term here, in 20, 30 years time. I don't suppose I'll necessarily live 30 years, but another 30 years. But we can look back at this set of sites and feel that this very significant investment at scale has made a huge difference to the future of the Flyway. So it needs to be big network, connected, sufficient to do the job, and it makes sure that it takes into consideration all of the key bird conservation sites that we really need to have in a cogent network for the region. throughout much of the discussion thus far, the focus has been on coastal wetlands, and that's the Regional Flyway Initiative, however, will cover all wetlands are potentially eligible, but it does seem as though many of the priority sites are on the coasts. So that's the kind of been the flavour of the way in which it's gone so far. So what we expect is to identify that set of sites, and we've been talking about some numbers there of 50 to 100 sites. The exact number is yet to be clear. We will then look at those sites in terms of their how investment might go forward, and in particular what we're planning on doing for the first time really is a major review of the ecosystem service values of those sites as the second piece as we drop down into the investment pipeline. So what we have here from Mike is the first piece of that, is looking at how we might identify the network of sites for all the birds. And then our next session will be looking at the ecosystem service values. The site selection piece is relatively advanced. I think many of the people on this call have been involved in a long-term process, more than 30 years, of things like the International Waterfowl Census through IWRB and Wetlands International, Asian Wetland Bureau in the long-term past, has brought in a good data set of sites that we know of certain values. We've identified already criteria through processes such as the Ramsar site selection criteria, the important bird areas process, which brought those criteria forward and used them as a cogent set for a global applicability, and most recently the key biodiversity areas process for identifying sites of international importance for all biodiversity. So this is a relatively well-developed art, and there have already been some analyses at regional level through the East Asian Flyway Partnership, East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership analysis, a report done by Roger Jench, I think it was 2013. But there have also been selection processes at other levels of scale, notably the blueprint analysis that we've just seen very well presented by Jan Bin. So there's quite a lot here that's already done, and what we want to do is make sure that we build a process that that builds upon that good set of information that we already have. However, I would flag that we know there are some unknowns. So some of the data that was presented yesterday, for instance, on satellite tracking of Great Knot, showed that in parts of eastern Indonesia, there are sites that appear to be very important for staging that have yet to have been surveyed and not designated for as significance for biodiversity thus far. We also know that there are countries that are outside the sphere of the Regional Flyway Initiative at this point in time, countries such as Papua New Guinea or Myanmar, which are not currently participating, but we hope might join in the future, that would also offer sites that will be of prospective great importance into the future too. So this, what we're looking at doing at this point is building on the existing data set that we have, but we are mindful of these other areas going forward and hope that in the future, in a long-term initiative of this sort, we might be able to build that in. So Mike's presentation here is really zeroing down on what we can do with our existing data to build that cogent network in the 10 countries that are in the RFI as it's currently framed. And what we'd like to do now is run through that with you and then have a discussion afterwards. And I would flag that for particularly the country level participants from governments and so on, who may not necessarily have been familiar with this work at global or regional levels, this is an opportunity to ask questions just of clarity and understanding. It's not just discussion of the methodology that we necessarily want. We really want people to understand the process. So I hope that kind of frames Mike's presentation. As I say, Mike was not able to join us, so has recorded a presentation, but Dingley is going to run this now. So can I hand over to you, Dingley, to run Mike's presentation? Thanks very much.
Hello, my name is Mike Crosby. I work in the Asia division of BirdLife International. My main role in the Regional Flyway Initiative is to help develop a site selection framework. which we will use to select the 50 priority sites that will receive investments. In this talk, I'll give an overview of the process to develop this site selection framework and to identify the priority sites. The world's waterbird flyways are one of the most remarkable natural phenomena on Earth. In the East Asian Australasian Flyway, migratory waterbirds fly from breeding grounds in the Arctic and boreal zones in Northeast Asia and Alaska to spend the non-breeding season in wetlands in East Asia and Australasia. Some species migrate along the flyway in a number of relatively short steps or stepping stones along the flyway, but others undertake the journey in just a few remarkably long flights. Perhaps the most spectacular migration of all is by Bartol Godwits in the East Asian Australasian Flyway. Satellite tracking studies have shown that on its northwards migration, this species flies non-stop all the way from Australia and New Zealand to the Yellow Sea coast in northeast China. It then flies non-stop from China to its Arctic breeding grounds. On its southwards migration, it flies directly from the Arctic to Australasia, a non-stop flight of up to 11 days and nights. When they set off, their fat reserves make up over half of their body weight, and most of this fat is used during the flight. Wetlands, in particular tidal mud and sand flats. These are remarkably rich and productive ecosystems which provide an abundance of the invertebrates that shorebirds need to eat to rapidly build up their fat reserves. Tidal flats also provide a wealth of ecosystem services for people, as we'll discuss later in detail in this Inception meeting. Tidal flats are naturally a highly localized environment, found in estuaries and bays and in narrow strips along coastlines. As we'll see later in the meeting, the availability of tidal flats has been greatly reduced because of conversion to urban, industrial and agricultural land, as well as habitat degradation caused by invasive species and other pressures. Waterbird count data has shown that the numbers of many migratory waterbirds are in decline, and this has led to species such as great northern forest and curlew being uplisted to threatened on the IUCN Red List. One of the most urgent actions needed to halt and reverse the declines in waterbird numbers are site-based projects in the key wetlands to protect, manage and restore the wetland habitats, which will at the same time provide co-benefits for people. The new Regional Flyway Initiative is therefore both vital and timely. This is a huge opportunity to take forward the conservation actions that are needed in the Flyway at the scale that is needed. It will aim to develop a network of key wetland sites along the Flyway to help maintain or enhance populations of migratory waterbirds. The focus of the Flyway Initiative will be coastal wetlands, but this approach is flexible. Two of the participating countries, Mongolia and Laos, don't have coastlines and will focus on inland wetlands, and other countries also have the opportunity to select some inland wetlands. To take forward the Flyway Initiative, we need a process to select the priority sites for investment, and we're developing the site selection framework for this purpose. For component one of the Flyway Initiative, the investment pipeline, our current thinking is that we'll develop a list of around 100 priority sites based upon their importance for migratory waterbirds, and then reduce this to around 50 sites based upon socioeconomic factors. When component two of the Flyway Initiative, the sustainable financing mechanism, is up and running, we expect that the framework will help guide the selection of additional wetlands and the development of interventions. We set up a small task team to draft the site selection framework with members from BirdLife, ADB, the Flyway Partnership, Wetlands International and the Paulson Institute. We held our first task team meeting last week So we're at an early stage and the framework is very much a work in progress. But we aim to have the initial list of 100 priority sites available around the end of the first quarter of 2022. The site selection framework will need to select wetlands in all participating countries to develop the site network across the Flyway and to provide investment opportunities for all these countries. This can be achieved by conducting an initial site prioritization for each country based upon the importance of the sites for migratory water birds. Sites from all countries will then be considered for inclusion on the lists of 150 priority wetlands. The larger participating countries such as China and Indonesia are anticipated to have larger numbers of sites on these lists. We will also maintain lists of important sites in the other countries in the Flyway, as some of these might join the Flyway initiative in the future, and there may be opportunities to support countries even if they're not formally part of the initiative. The foundation for the development of the site selection framework will be the sets of long-established and globally accepted site prioritization criteria used to identify Ramsar sites under the Convention on Wetlands. The same criteria are used by the Flyway Partnership to identify Flyway network sites, and virtually identical criteria are used by BirdLife and others to identify important bird and biodiversity areas and key biodiversity areas. Wetlands can qualify as Ramsar sites, Flyway network sites, IBAs and KBAs if they're known or thought to regularly hold a significant number of one or more globally threatened species, such as the endangered spotted greenshank. Wetlands may also qualify as Ramsar sites, Flyway network sites, IBAs or KBAs if they support 1% or more of the individuals in a population of a congregatory waterbird species. Congregatory species are defined as those that gather together in large numbers at a particular site at a particular time in their life cycle for feeding, breeding, resting, or migratory movements. And the 1% population figures for waterbirds that are used to apply this criterion are maintained by Wetlands International. This slide has a few more details on the Ramsar Convention. This was adopted in 1971. There are currently 19 parties in the East Asian Australasian Flyway, including all 10 of the Flyway initiative been designated to date by national government parties in the Flyway, including 130 in the 10 Flyway initiative countries, of which 47 are coastal wetlands. The Flyway Partnership has 39 partners, including 9 of the 10 Flyway initiative countries. One of its strategies is to develop a network of sites of international importance for the conservation of migratory waterbirds along the Flyway. To date, a total of 150 sites, the red circles on the map, have been designated as Flyway network sites. These include 48 sites in the 9 Flyway initiative countries, of which 19 are coastal wetlands. The Flyway Partnership completed an analysis in 2013 that identified 1,000 candidate Flyway network sites, which are the green circles on the map. BirdLife has been developing its IBA program since the 1980s, and to date has identified over 13,000 IBAs worldwide. These include about 1,000 wetland sites in Asia, which we identified using criteria that BirdLife adapted from the Ramsar criteria. The new KBA partnership was launched by BirdLife and other conservation organisations in 2016 to identify key sites for all biodiversity. And all of BirdLife's IBAs are currently treated as KBAs under the new initiative. These maps show the coastal IBAs in Southeast Asia and China, There are around 100 of them in Southeast Asia and 50 in mainland China. Several site prioritization analyses have been conducted in the East Asian Australasian Flyway that we can use in our site selection framework. As we've seen on the earlier slides, data on sites and waterbirds has been gathered and disseminated for Ramsar sites, Flyway network sites, IBAs and KBAs, as well as for nationally protected areas. The 2013 analysis by the Flyway Partnership compiled waterbird count data from throughout the Flyway and identified around 1,000 candidate Flyway network sites. In 2015, the Paulson Institute published a blueprint of coastal wetlands, which contains lists of priority sites and much valuable data. And a paper published by Shah et al. In 2017 also contains a prioritization of coastal wetland sites in China, based upon their importance for migratory waterbirds. All of these analyses can help guide the identification of the 100 Flyway Initiative priority wetlands. To apply the site's selection framework, we will need to access several other sources of data on sites and waterbirds. The Asian Waterbird Census is coordinated by Wetlands International, is an important source of waterbird count data, as are national waterbird monitoring schemes such as the China Coastal Waterbird Census. There's been a lot of focus on the East Asian Australasian Flyway by academic ornithologists in the past decade, and there are numerous important papers with data on waterbird populations and tracking of migration routes using remote sensing. Tidal flat maps generated using satellite imagery are extremely valuable in understanding the extent of waterbird habitat at sites and how this has changed over time. The Flyway Partnership's 2013 analysis of candidate Flyway network sites applied 3 prioritization methodologies, which we could use in our site selection framework. The first of these scores a site by summing the proportions of the populations of the migratory waterbirds that occur there, and then ranks the sites according to these scores. The second methodology ranks sites according to the number of migratory waterbird populations that exceed the 1% Flyway population thresholds. And the third ranks sites according to the number of globally threatened waterbird species that have been regularly been recorded from the site. The East Asian Australasian Flyway is the most threatened migratory flyway in the world, and more than 20 globally threatened waterbird species utilize intertidal wetlands there. These include several species that have been newly listed as threatened on the IUCN Red List in the past decade. We need to review the data on these threatened species to ensure that all the key sites where they occur have been considered for inclusion in the Flyway Initiative, because the loss of any of these wetlands would negatively affect their chances of survival. The key sites for the critically endangered spoonbilled sandpiper are listed on this slide, including wetlands in Jiangsu and Guangdong provinces in China, and in Myanmar, Vietnam, Thailand, and Bangladesh. Some sites in the Flyway support a high proportion of the Flyway population of one or more migratory waterbird species. These sites are obviously vital for the survival of these populations, and they're strong candidates for inclusion in our priority list of 100 sites. They include Luanan Coast in Hebei province, which supports critical populations of red north and curlew sandpiper, Yalujiang, which is a key stopover site in the Flyway for Bartow godwits on their northwards migration, and a high proportion of the global population of Asian dowitcher stops over at Lianyungang in Jiangsu and spends the non-breeding season in Sumatra. There are wide variations in knowledge of the coastal wetlands in the Flyway. A few sites have been intensely monitored on a weekly or even daily basis during the migration season, and some wetlands are counted regularly, such as the monthly counts at the China coastal waterbird census sites. Many other sites have been surveyed only infrequently, meaning that the waterbird count data is highly incomplete. The intensity of monitoring clearly affects the waterbird count data, and our site selection task team will investigate whether it would be possible to take this observer bias into account in the site prioritization process. Tidal flat mapping using satellite imagery has located some extensive areas of intertidal wetlands with little or no waterbird count data. Satellite tracking studies of migratory waterbirds have also located numerous stopover sites with no waterbird count data previously available. For example, a study of Great Knot by Chan et al. Located a total of 92 stopover sites in the Flyway, of which 63% were not known as important shorebird sites before this study. It's likely that the Flyway initiative will treat these sites as a high priority for targeted field surveys, but will not add them to the list of priority sites until they've been ground truthed and information is available on their waterbird populations. There is currently considerable interest in the concept of ecological connectivity, including by the CMS, which has recognized this as the best way to represent the conservation needs of migratory species. There are several recent scientific studies on how the concept of connectivity can be applied to migratory species. Our task team are planning to review the available studies to determine whether this concept could be applied to the high priority species in the Flyway to help investigate whether we're in danger of missing some vital stopover sites. As I mentioned earlier, we're aiming to use a site selection framework to select about 100 sites based upon their importance for migratory waterbirds. The next step will be to assess these 100 sites against socioeconomic factors in consultation with national focal points to reduce the list to around 50 sites where there are investment opportunities. The methodology for this socioeconomic assessment is yet to be developed, but we anticipate it will consider the threats to each site and any conservation actions already underway there. The opportunities for investment would then be identified to address the threats, enhance any ongoing conservation actions, and provide co-benefits to local communities. I will end with this diagram, which summarizes the process to identify the initial list of priority sites in the Flyway based upon biological criteria, and then refine this list based on socio-economic factors. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mike. Mike's not with us, but thank you. I realise I didn't actually introduce Mike properly before the presentation. So let me just say that Mike, as he said, is the Senior Conservation Officer in the Asia team working on important bird areas in Asia, as well as working on birdlife projects at key sites on the ground on South and Southeast Asia and East Asia. He works closely with the BirdLife Australia team on the conservation of the Gum River in Korea, the country's most important site for conservation, and has led numerous birdlife projects over nearly, I think he's been working for BirdLife over 30 years, like myself, has led numerous projects in the course of his professional career at BirdLife. He worked on the 2-volume Threatened Birds of Asia as one of the first projects he did at BirdLife. So Mike's a kind of deeply rooted Asian ornithologist with a great deal of expertise, and I think some from the comments coming in, I think everyone can see that Mike's depth and structural scientific integrity comes through very well in the approach that he's taking in kind of leading the process of pulling the analysis together. So we now have around 20 minutes, which we would like to make sure that people have the opportunity to ask questions about this process. And great to take questions on both presentations if you have questions on for Jambin too. I also wanted to get some reflections from some of the key players. I'm aware that it was relatively uncivilized hour for Duncan when we started, and it still is now, but it will be great to get a few comments from you, Duncan, just to kind of open the roundtable discussion if you can manage that. Thanks. Over to you, Duncan.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, no problem. Coffee is in hand, so no problem. And there are others like Thomas who's on the call as well. So thank you everybody who's coming in at strange time zones. Maybe just a question for Janben. So with the RFI, it's very likely that ADB will be unlikely to just focus on protected areas. The type of projects that we would really be able to support will be, as I set out yesterday, they may be a mix of different projects with sustainable agriculture as a component. There may be protection, habitat restoration projects. There may be ones which focus more on pollution prevention, etc. So what I really wanted to just ask is whether, in the context of China, would there be scope for doing projects which are sustainable management projects versus doing protected area projects? And maybe this also talks to the piece which some people commented on about the zoning. That was a very interesting map you presented there, but it's also kind of thrown up a few interesting questions about what you can do in different areas where the zoning is. So understanding what you can do in an area, and also where your project might be focused if you had a sustainable agriculture one or one there where there's habitat control or aquaculture, say for example, could this still deliver the benefits that we need for the migratory water birds? Would that still be enough, or is that formal protection still needed as well? So I guess that would be my main question, and maybe that speaks a little bit as well to some of the other ones around the zoning, and I will not talk about the Spartina one because I expect that some others would like to jump in and ask the questions on that. But I'll stop there. If Dr. Shi, you're able to respond on that, that would be very interesting. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Duncan. Jump in, Dr. Shi. Are you able to reply? Thank you.
Yeah, Doug, and thanks for the question. And I understand. And also, I think several other people asked the questions about the management activities in the core areas of national nature reserves. Yeah, and yes, I can understand Duncan's and your concerns about the selections, possibly not necessarily in the protected areas or the nature reserves. And I think there has been some changing, was like the trend of the change, and in the delineation of the strict controlled areas or protected areas in China. And for example, in the recently reviewed wetland conservation law, I think I remember at least in the draft and we reviewed, and there were some stipulations and regarding that kind of the seasonal management of the wetland for migratory water birds. And this means there would be some relaxation of the management of this protected areas, and not necessarily like the what we can see the most strictly controlled or unallowed any management activities to happen in the protected areas. So I think there will be some room, and for sustainable agriculture was some other kind of the sustainable activities, particularly the ecotourism or nature education, and to be allowed to happen in the protected, even in the protected areas. And we know that actually the Chinese government is encouraging and to use the protected areas, even some nature reserves, to undertake the ecotourism and the nature education and activities and within this kind of the protected areas. For example, for the Rwanda coast wetland, we just want to take this as an example. We particularly designed a seasonal conservation zone and for this wetland park, and which actually is allowed, and also we could be considered as a sustainable fisheries. And because when we talk with the local community and the government, and one of the big concern or the problem is the livelihood for the fishermen, you know, and they lived there for many years and relying on the fisheries from the coastal wetland. So if we can set up this kind of the zone for this seasonal conservation, and which allows the sustainable fisheries and during the non-migratory season, and where to put some control measures during the migratory season. This could be a combination of both consideration of both the conservation and the sustainable livelihood. And that would be good. I agree with you that, and we possibly don't need to focus on the protected areas for our priority site selection. We could broaden our scope, and when we conduct the priority site selection process.
That's very interesting. And you know, one of the things we have here is an approach. The whole approach is underpinned and driven by the identification of these priority sites. But the assumption is that the majority of the governmental action supported by the bank with loans will be either at formal existing protected areas or sites that might become protected areas. And we do expect that to be a major thrust of what we do. However, there is the granting mechanism in parallel, which we hope, as that is designed, that will bring in granting money that will be available, very different level of scale. It will likely to be much smaller, but will be in a position to support other actors that are able to have the competence to have impact and effect outside protected areas in other areas that are not protected, maybe under community management or whatever, and civil society action can help in the conservation of those sites. So in the site selection process, we do want to make sure we encompass sites that are not formal protected areas. We need to be identifying those that are of genuine flyway value, protected or not. So I'll move us on. We have a question from Mohammed Jahid Al-Kabit from who's the Director General, the current Director General of the Forest Department in Bangladesh and the EAFP country focal point. Can I hand over to you for your question? Hi, greetings.
Thank you, Gary. Actually, I'm the Deputy Chief Conservator of Forest, equivalent to Additional Director General of the Forest Department, Bangladesh, as many of us confused about the Deputy Chief Conservator of Forest. So, thank you. Today's briefing regarding the China's experience and their development of the wetland and the flyway sites. We learned a lot about the China's initiatives of RFI. Somehow I have missed the yesterday's early session, so maybe my question is repetition. But for the clarification of Bangladesh Forest Department, I want to know how the process of this selection will initiate. I came to know about the selection criteria, but how is there any circulation or is there any submission from call from your side, and we need to assess, or from bank side, do you have any technical assistance for the country or Flyway site managers to develop the project?
Okay, well, let me give an initial answer to that, and Duncan might want to comment on this as well. But the way we see the process going from a technical support side is that the sites that are of biological importance will be identified at Flyway level. They need to be a cogent set for the Flyway, so that's at multi-country level. But then once we start thinking about how the bank can work to invest in those sites, that dialogue has to then start to work at a national level, because that is the way in which the bank operates. So in drilling down to the sites, there will be these evaluations of the co-benefits through the carbon side of things and also on the livelihood side of things. And as those emerge, the values of those emerge, and the way in which the investments might work emerge, we will then be looking at how site level management might be enhanced to deal with any threats that might take place at site level. And there will be a kind of cascade down to site level. And it's at that kind of site level planning, I think, that the major opportunities for capacity development and technical support would take place. And exactly how that process will work is still yet to be going through properly, but that it will be at that kind of level of national dialogue, I think. Duncan, does that fit with your thinking as how this would work?
Roughly, yes, I think so. I think it will really depend on how things evolve later down the line when we have projects that I think really what we want to do is get to the concept development phase where we've worked with yourselves, we've perhaps agreed on some sites to take forward in your country amongst the others as well. And then when we get that point, we will then be able to identify and build a concept around those priority sites. But that would come as well with the work that we do with the needs assessment work, so that any future loan or project that we finance down the line would be built in holistically with the investment portion, but also the capacity development portion. And there's also a piece where we would go from the concept that we develop under this project, under this TA, this grant, where we would move into the actual proper feasibility development project. And there that would require much more intensive work within within your country or any other to actually build that project. What are the real components? Because at the moment, what we get, the concept that will come out from this process that we're working on over the next 2 years would get you maybe a 3 to 4 page document that would summarize what we wanted to do there, but it wouldn't go into the depth that we would really need to have a feasible project that you could start actually delivering. So that would then mean there would be that additional work in the country at that project level. So hopefully that answers your question, but that was where the actual work in the country would happen. And I think there's a very good chance that a lot of that feasibility work would probably be grant-based as well. Although, this is early stages at the moment, but it probably would be. There would be a good chunk of it that would be. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Duncan.
Yes, I have a supplementary question if you allow.
Yes, of course. Yes, do go ahead.
Thank you. What would be the role of the ADV country office to bridging this with the ministry or the department undertake this or participate with the project?
Duncan, are you able to do that?
May I clear you?
Yes, sure. So as Gary was saying, essentially we and in Mike's sort of presentation, and Gary, do feel free to jump in after I've spoken, but essentially we have a tiered process, and the first part of that is to identify the priority sites based on the biological factors. But the second part is where we're thinking about the socio-economic factors, and at that point, really, that's where we really want to get the country engagement. We want to get yourselves to really discuss what works for you. What are these priority sites? Because when we have that list of 100 sites, they will all be priority sites too that would qualify themselves from a biological perspective. However, to get from there down to a much smaller list, that really needs to take into account the socio-economic factors and also the co-benefits that would be delivered, ecosystem services, livelihood support, all those different things. So that's really where we need to have that very strong engagement with yourselves through that process, so that you're any country that wants to be part of this is very much bought in, because you know, we want this to really be country-led in the end, rather than you know, ADB or BirdLife or the Flyway partnership led. We want, you know, the countries to lead this in the end. So that's where we see the great involvement that you could be part of at that point. Gary, do you want to?
可以更多的这个参与。
That's really clear, thank you.
ไม่ค่ะผมคิดว่ามันชัดเจนและ
Did we give you a full answer to
ไม่
the
ทราบ
question?
ว่าเราให้คำ
No, thank you. Thank you. It's all right.
Great, thank you very much. So
Thank you.
I'll move us on quickly to Spike Millington, who I think is known to most people, but Spike, if you quickly introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. Yeah, my name is Spike Millington. I work for the International Crane Foundation. These are great presentations, really very interesting. But my question is that I understand that the RFI is really building sort of an investment portfolio around specific sites throughout the Flyway. But I wonder if there is a possibility to include within the initiative some more a sort of strategic policy part that would really add value to what you're doing at the individual sites. And that's really prompted by Jian Bin's presentation on the Spartina. So this is really a kind of issue that needs to be dealt with in a systemic way. You could do it on a site-specific basis, but because Spartina is so invasive, it's not going to be a long-term sustainable solution. And I think, given the work that Paulson has done, and the fact that there are now proven methods that are ecologically benign to actually remove Spartina at scale, whether there could be a component that addresses that, because I feel that it's really a kind of a missing component. And given that there's such momentum behind RFI and a number of all these partners that are really very familiar with these issues, if that's something that at some point could be built into the initiative to really add significant value to the site-specific work.
Thank you, Spike. And you know, just I think I'm not sure if you were able to join us for all of yesterday, but there was some. I think there is an interesting discussion on scale here about, you know, how this is going to roll forward and how things like multi-site common problems might get dealt with as part of the portfolio. And as you say, there's some sort of policy angles to this that are definitely emerging. So I think, you know, the approach we're taking at the moment is a relatively kind of simple, clear stepping from Flyway to national to site level analyses. But I think it was flagged by several people yesterday that there will be emerging clustered site issues or multi-site issues that we might want to think about. I'll turn to Duncan in a second, but my initial response would be, I imagine that if any government actually wants to turn to the bank and say, we'd like to do this as an allied piece of work alongside investments at this set of sites, then the bank would be very happy with that idea. But Duncan, maybe you would like to comment further on that.
Well, one of the things that where we wanted to get involved in this is because we thought we maybe would add value. We have one of the pillars that ADB was founded on was regional cooperation. And I feel like for certain issues, maybe like Spartina, there is that element that we can perhaps bring in that would, you know, could be very important actually, because I think although the Spartina is now, you know, becoming a more obvious problem, maybe the geography of it could spread, you know, exponentially into other countries as well. And so I think perhaps this is something that we could look at, certainly part of the RFI, and bring in kind of that regional cooperation angle that we play. I think in terms of the financing there, Spike, we do have this sustainable financing mechanism by which we would hopefully run that in parallel to the actual investment components. So that way there is this kind of regional scale financing arm, if you like, that could be applied anywhere along the Flyway. And I think that might be an opportunity to run a program specifically on Spartina control via that. But also, if there are particular interventions in a country that we might want to do under a particular investment there, we could have a component on Spartina control there as well. So I think we might be able to cover the regional component of it via the sustainable financing mechanism, and then build that policy as well and work on that. But when we could also do it with that interventions at a site level. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Spike, any further comment?
No, thanks very much for those answers. I'm sorry I missed yesterday's presentation, so I thought maybe this had been covered before, but I'm very happy to hear the answer. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you, Spike. So we're starting to run out of time a little bit here, but I will go to David Lee for the final comment and question. David.
Hey, thanks a lot, Gary. I was just trying to add on to Mike's presentation, which about the selecting process. It's all great. Just want to, since Tej is not around, just want to share on the ASEAN Flyway network project, which actually has gone through the exactly similar process in the beginning of the project: site selection, where to survey, where to monitoring. Then I think Tej was the consultant of the project. He, other than similar approach that mentioned by Mike, so also looked into the satellite tracking located that site and mudflat area assessed by Murray, and the project also trying to do a gap filling sensors at a site which probably never done the sensors before. So I think this work built up by the ASEAN Flyway network project could probably quite well contribute to this process. So instead of probably restart everything, which Tej has done quite a bit of that work, which probably could quickly fit into the site selection process. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, David. That's most helpful. And yes, it will be really great to make sure that we fold in the like of which you've just described as we move forward, because there's clearly lots of opportunity to include these allied initiatives. We talked about what was happening in China, and you just talked about your initiative too. We really do want to make sure that we don't reinvent the wheel or rebuild something that doesn't need rebuilding. The framework is obviously, as I said in the introduction, and as you saw in Mike's presentation, very strongly rooted in a process that many of us have been involved in for a very long time. So nothing there should come really as particularly new, but it's more just the fine tuning of making sure that we get the best up-to-date information, we understand who's active on the ground, and make sure we feed off the kind of fine scale information that's coming in some parts of the Flyway. Unfortunately, it's still quite patchy, but great to have support from particularly ASEAN. I think I was talking to your colleague yesterday, Kyle, I think it was, from the ASEAN initiative. We haven't yet really reached out to ASEAN, so it would be great to perhaps have a follow-up call with you guys and just explore what areas for prospective collaboration there are. Thank you. That's great.
Kyle is in ACB. They are the project facilitator, or in Singapore, we are provide technical support to this project. Yeah.
Great. Well, I look forward to that. Thank you. I'm conscious that we're run out of time, but that was really helpful. I see there's been lots of great discussion in the chat, which I won't read through in detail, but There's been quite a lot of chat about the Spartan issue, which I think was great to have that come up here. There's been a number of offers and pointers to useful additional information that we can include. Thank you very much for all of that. Raphael flagging the IBRI link, which was also a super. And then there's been this discussion also on competition between shorebirds and fishers for mollusk resources by David there, which I saw the most recent publication, which was very, very interesting. So I think that covers our discussion from this session. Thank you all very much. I'd like to thank our presenters, which two really super presentations, and for your participation. I'd also like to flag that for those of you, if there's any of you who are still really feeling in the dark about what this is and how it's working, that we really want to make sure that everybody gets up to a common level of understanding here. Do feel free to ask questions directly of me, and I can redirect them to the right people. By the way, we did stay online for quite a long time after the meeting yesterday and had quite a nice chat about various things. If people have after meeting questions that they want to ask, I'm happy to hang around and chat for longer afterwards. But for now, I think, I see Duncan's got his hand up, but I will move us to the lunch break in just a second. Duncan.
Thanks, Gary. I just wanted to say that what we are updating for anybody interested. We are updating the web page, which has got the agenda for this event today and yesterday. So some of the presentations are being uploaded there. And so, if you want to have a look at those, like, for example, my one I gave yesterday, which gives you the overview of what the RFI is, that one is there now, for example, and we will upload more as we go. So just keep an eye on that as well. That was all. Thanks, Gary.
Okay, so we'll reconvene in 55 minutes time, 1 p.m. Manila time.
Thank you,
Thanks
Gary.
very much, everyone. Thank you.
I'd like to first start off by thanking Gary for excellently facilitating this morning's rather intense session. There were lots of questions, very active discussions about many of these important topics that hopefully will bring some critical output for us to put into the Regional Flyway Initiative. I think there were some really good notes coming from folks in the IBRI and the AFP teams, the ASEAN Flyway Project. So thanks for raising those really important points. And now going into the afternoon session, I know we have spent a bit of the morning talking about site selection and how we can look at criteria and other broader conservation considerations with respect to the sites that we are selecting. We're going to take a little bit of a different angle in the afternoon, and perhaps one of the most important angles in how we think about these wetlands that we are trying to save here in the East Asian Australasian Flyway. Session 3 is going to be a little bit different from what we had yesterday in the afternoon session. For session 3, we're going to take a bit of a deep dive into, co-benefits, the kinds of benefits we can gain from wetlands for people, especially, and other sorts of ecosystem services wetlands can offer us. So we're going to move a little bit from biodiversity and look more at the kinds of gains that humans can benefit from wetlands. And we have lined up two really high quality presentations by two of our colleagues who are leading experts in their field, which hopefully would set the right kind of context to bring us into a really impactful and fruitful discussion, hopefully. Unlike yesterday where we had discussions after the tea break, today we'll do it a little bit differently. So we will have the discussions done before the tea break, and of course, if our facilitating teams want to have further discussions while the tea break is going on, they're more than welcome to do so before we come back into the closing parts of today's session. So I'm very much myself looking forward to this upcoming session on ecosystem services. And I'd like to first now take the opportunity to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker surely is not unknown to many of you in the room, Nick Murray. Nick has, of course, led a lot of these very influential work to do spatial analyses of key coastal wetlands across the East Asian region. And of course, for those of us working in academia, I'm sure at some point would have seen Nick's work, including one of his really influential papers published in 2019, which basically aims to analyze the spatial extent of all the intertidal mudflats on the planet. I think that's a paper that many of us are very familiar with. But before I go into Nick's presentation, I'll just quickly introduce Nick before he jumps on board. For those of us who don't know Nick, Nick is based in Australia. He's got 15 years of experience working on, through a variety of different stakeholders involved in wetlands and biodiversity conservation. And he has held positions at the University of Queensland, where he was involved in looking at conservation solutions. She's held positions at the Remote Sensing Research Centre at the Centre for Ecosystem Science at the University of New South Wales, and most recently, he's joined James Cook University, taking in a role of a senior research fellow. And of course, he's also, as known to many of us, an ARC DECRA fellow at the College of Science and Engineering at JCU. So Nick has lots of experience in this field. I'm sure he's the best person to tell us more about what's the latest situation with regards to our coastal wetlands, from intertidal flats to salt marshes in the wider East Asian Australasian Flyway region. I think I'll leave Nick to take us deeper into this topic, and so I will now pass the floor over to Nick to share your presentation with us. Over to you, Nick.
Okay, hi everybody. Thank you so much for this invite to come and present this work to you in at this excellent moment and this really exciting project that is being started at the moment. Today I've got about half an hour to give you an overview of the sort of cutting edge of remote sensing. The sorts of things we're able to do from space now. I'll give you a background in some of the work we've done previously, plus introduce to you some really exciting new data sets that are now coming online, and I think in a position that is suitable to support the work on this project. So without further ado, I'll dive into the presentation. About 10 years ago, Richard Fuller, who was in that video at lunchtime and has been on this call earlier today, and I got together and started thinking about how coastal ecosystems are changing, and in particular how they're impacting migratory shorebirds in the East Asian Australasian Flyway. Now, I think everybody on the call would recognise this image of Bohai Bay, past and present. What we're looking at is enormous changes of coastal wetlands and the habitat that migratory shorebirds use as they migrate through the East Asian Australasian Flyway. And one of the things that we set out to do back in 2010 was to put these sorts of changes on the map. We wanted to be able to estimate change of tidal flats, which at the time seemed to be a bit of a forgotten ecosystem. We had data on mangroves and tropical deforestation, but tidal flats were really not on the map. And so we started with some fairly simple remote sensing methods and comparing them to historical maps of the distribution of tidal flats in the East Asia region. And as we've all discussed so far in this meeting and also in that lunchtime video, the changes were just truly shocking. We detected very large, 2/3 of the Yellow Sea's tidal flats have been lost in about 50 years. And on the global scale, and comparing them with other ecosystem types, such as the Amazon tropical rainforests, we were discovering that these ecosystems were being lost at rates that were on par with that, sometimes faster than mangroves and often much faster than the tropical rainforests in some parts of the world where they are adjacent to. We also found that protected areas weren't really performing as well as they could for tidal flats. And I guess this is related to this RFI, because we have the opportunity now with a kind of synoptic view of coastal change, of being able to quantify coastal ecosystem change for small sites such as protected areas or other important bird areas across the Flyway and indeed the world. So in 2016, Rich Fuller and myself and some others set out to understand the global distribution of tidal flats. As I said, there was very little information about where they were, how they were changing, and we set out to solve that problem, really put these tidal flats on the map and provide an information base that allows us to observe changes in the ecosystem and hopefully improve their management. We were funded by Google not long afterwards to implement our methods. This is key because tidal flat mapping and coastal ecosystem mapping in particular is incredibly data intensive. To overcome the issues of tide heights in particular, we really need to look at every single satellite image that's ever acquired for the coastal zone. And up until 2014, this was not possible. We were not in a position where we could download every single satellite image to support a model such as this one. But once Google enabled us to access entire archives of satellite imagery and provide our code to them to analyze it on their thousands and thousands of machines, we were able to overcome these limitations that had stopped us being able to understand the distribution and status of tidal flats at the global scale in just about 42 days on 22,000 computers. If I had tried to attempt this type of analysis on my computer 2 years before this, it would have taken about 25 years to press start and come back 25 years later to get the result. And so really this access to Google's infrastructure via Google Earth Engine and support that they provided for this project in terms of funding and developer support enabled us to really break down a barrier that had stopped the understanding of ecosystems that are often underwater when satellite images pass overhead. So we made this data publicly available. You can access it now at this app called Intertidal app. It's been used very, very widely for a whole range of different purposes now. And what does it look like, I guess, is probably the next question here. So I'll give you an example of what the data set is, the global tidal flat data set. What you're looking at now is Incheon in South Korea. And what you can see is the tidal flat map cycling through 3-year periods from the point in 1984. So purple represents the distribution of tidal flats in 1984. And yellow represents the distribution of tidal flats in the final time step of this analysis, which was in 2016. So I'll stop it just there. What you can see now are these patches of purple shining through past the yellow. Patches like this area I've highlighted here by the red box. These are tidal flats that we could formally observe in the satellite record. In this case, back into the 1980s and 90s. But when we run our analysis again on a most recent time step, these tidal flats are no longer there. So this gives us the basis to monitor destructive actions to tidal flats and begin to understand what might be causing their losses. In this case, we're looking at the 4th most expensive airport that had been constructed on the planet at this time, which is built between 2 islands on tidal flat ecosystems. And our remote sensing analysis enabled us to detect this, although this site was very well known at that stage. But globally, on the global scale, there was still much uncertainty about the amount and drivers of tidal flat loss. We published this data, as Ding Li said, in a paper in 2019. And one of the big findings of this paper was that for the area of the world that we could reliably build a time series in tidal flat extent, that there was a significant decline. Tidal flats on the planet were getting smaller. However, we could only do this for about 16% of the world's coastline, mainly due to a lack of satellite data for many of the world's regions. Since that time, we've been able to update the data set.
ไม่เท่าเทียมกันนะครับแล้วขณะนี้เนี่ยเรามีชุดข้อมูลเพิ่มเติมขึ้นมาใหม่นะสามารถจะอุดช่องโหว่ในข้อมูลตามอนุกรมเวลาเดิมที่มีได้เพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยภายใต้โครงการนี้เนี่ยเราก็จะมีข้อมูลที่ชัดเจนมากขึ้นนะคะว่าพื้นที่ที่มันสูญหายไปเนี่ยมันอยู่ตรงไหนบ้างที่เป็นพื้นที่ชายฝั่งที่เป็นพื้นที่ชุ่มน้ำในการวิเคราะห์ของเราเนี่ยความสูญเสียที่เราตรวจจับได้เนื่องจากอาจจะเหตุการณ์ธรรมชาติเช่นว่าป่ากกกลางเนี่ยมันขยายออกไปหรือที่ไหนอีกนะคะที่กระบวนการเนี้ยมันเกิดขึ้นนะที่ส่งผลกระทบต่อระบบนิเวศชายฝั่ง ในปี 2019 นะผมก็หาทุนสนับสนุนทำโครงการนี้ขึ้นมาได้ก็คือมีการเฝ้าระวังป่าริมชายฝั่งเนี่ยนะครับก็คือขยายระบบนิเวศที่เราเฝ้าสังเกตดูนะทั้งป่าที่มันเพิ่มขึ้นและลดลงนะทั้งหาดป่าที่เป็นป่ากงกลางเป็น salt marsh
新的变化会有什么样的一些影响和方向？那么如何更好的对它们进行恢复？那么在全球呢，这个新的这个分析，那么主要呢是针对了，比如说呢像这个碱棚这些，还有就是像这个红树林这样的一些潮间带的生态系统。那么很多的这个红树林呢，都是由于这个湿地的这个沉淀层，那么现在这个分析呢还没有完全的出版，那所以这个就是全球的这样的一个遥感的这个图绘，那么非常标准化的一个工作。那比如说呢，全球的这个红树林的这个监测、森林的这个监测，都用这样的一个一般性的这种遥感监测的这种工作方法，就是用这个培训的这种数据。那么这个所谓的培训的数据集呢，就是来培训这些机器，来更好的进行分析和学习，来进行更好的这个预测。那么能够对62100多个的这样的一个数据点，那使机器呢对通过这样的一个多个数据点的这样的一个学习呢，使机器能够更好的预测。那么所以呢，对于这个滩涂来说呢，或者是红树林或者是森林的这个监测，都是用这样的方法。然后在这里面还有一个非常大的一个这个瓶颈，那就是这个培训数据的这样的一个开发。那这个新的数据集，那它真的是比我们现有的这个培训数据有10倍之多。那么它也有这个超过了500多个小时的这个图像的这个解释时间。那么同时呢，我们还有300多天的这样的一个计算机的这种工作的时间，然后呢，通过建模，那么对这些生态系统进行一个预测。那么我对于全球的这个监测和分布，那我们要做这样的一个预测。那么比如说像红树林滩涂的监测，那么为了能够开发出来一个分类符来，那么就是对这些叠加的这个机器学习的这个分类符，那么就是对每一个时期的这个图绘，那么这种新的这种图绘方法，那就是随着这个现实的这个变化，它能够更好的确认出这些时间的这个变化来。
再接下来解释一下，那我们的这个全球潮滩变化数据库，那主要是呢是给大家提供一个全球范围内的地图，而它的这个时间呢就是在任何时候我们能够获得这个卫星数据之后呢，我们就会对这个生态系统进行绘制地图。那同时呢，我们也会来研究，那么这个海水对这个自然生态的一个影响。那么首先呢，第一个就是所有的潮间生态系统种类的分布。那么像苏门答腊岛，那红树林呢，是一个非常重要的潮间生态系统。那我们可以看到呢，那么清楚的看到，在这个潮间带的红树林被砍伐，或者呢
now on the adjacent mangrove ecosystem. So this global tidal wetland dataset is a new dataset to support an understanding of the global change of tidal wetlands. We go into that data set now and we classify each of those pixels as tidal flat or salt marsh or mangrove, which again just provides the evidence base that we later use to understand changes of tidal wetlands at the global scale. And the very last thing, I think the most novel thing about this analysis is that we look inside the tidal wetland data set and we try to find pixels which have gone from being a tidal wetland to not being it anymore. These are the sorts of purple patches I showed you in that Korea slide. These are pixels that were once a tidal wetland, but are now some other land use type or perhaps water. At the same time, we can look for pixels that have entered the time series. So identify pixels that were not tidal wetland in the past, but are today. And this allows us to follow the moving distribution of tidal flats, for instance, in response to big rainfall events or maybe the removal of a dam like you might see in North America at the moment. We can track those sorts of changes now by detecting new tidal wetland pixels in the time series. And here's an example of it. This is Singapore and Peninsular Malaysia. You might recognize it. What we first have is a global tidal wetland distribution. That's shown there in brown. So this includes both mangroves and tidal flats. And hopefully the reason will become clear as I cycle through the example of the data set. The next thing we can do with these layers is identify these places where tidal wetlands, mangroves or tidal flats or salt marshes have been removed and dropped out of the time series. They're shown here in red. At the same time, we detect new tidal wetlands that weren't there in the first time step of our analysis. These are shown in blue. These are what we call tidal wetland gain events. So these are new places of tidal wetlands that weren't there in the past. Using some of the other layers that I introduced to you before, we can now go to these patches of loss and gain and understand what they are. So in this case, we're looking at a new patch of tidal wetland. And when we dive into what that patch was, what that patch is now, we can see it's partly young mangrove, which is shown in green, and partly tidal flat, which is shown in yellow. An extra step we're able to do with this type of analysis is to identify the year that it first showed up in the time series. So here, you can see that this new patch of tidal mudflat and new patch of mangroves first started in the north of Western Peninsular Malaysia. And then through the process of sediment deposition and sediment capture by mangroves or by some other process, we can see each year this patch of new tidal wetland has been growing, and we can identify the year that it happened. Now, the opposite of this is loss. These patches of red. And so in this case, we're looking at a patch of red, a loss that did occur in our first time step in 1999. But when we rerun our models for the year 2019, these pixels are no longer classified as tidal wetland. This is a loss event. And in this case, what we can see by looking at what it was the last time we saw it is that it's mostly mangrove in green. And we can see that this patch was lost in around 2000, well, in the time step between 2011 and 2013. And we can cross-reference this to some really key events, either by searching the news or by just a general understanding of working with researchers around the world, to confirm that our monitoring system is able to detect these events of loss and gain, classify them correctly, and also do it in a time that is reliable enough for us to estimate when these events occurred. And in this case, this new Malaysian port receives first cargo was published on April 19th, 2012. So when we go back through the historical images, we're able to sort of see that this process of mangrove deforestation began in the early 2011, I think. So you can see now the value in a monitoring system like this. Now, some other examples of what we're able to detect. Here's the Yellow River Delta. And in response to the movement of the main outflow of the delta, which happened in 1996. The southern channel got blocked, and sediments very rapidly started getting deposited on the northern side of the delta here. And what we can see in this, what we can see here in the left image is that this process of moving the outflow of the Yellow River resulted not only in the deposition of new tidal flats and new sediments right at the new river mouth, it also corresponds with ongoing erosion of tidal flats to the south. So we saw a decline of tidal flats in the southern side of the delta in this case. And I haven't shown it here, but we can actually detect the expansion of Spartan on the delta as well using those using the classifier that can detect salt marshes versus mangroves versus tidal flats. Now, another particularly exciting example from this data set is our ability to detect coastal restoration if the project is big enough. So here we're looking at a site that's near London. And what has happened here is the UK government has taken some fill from the Cross City tunnel project, which is essentially dirt, and decided to restore a large area of pasture to tidal wetlands. And so our monitoring system was able to detect these new tidal wetlands. They weren't there in 1999, but they were there in 2019. And indeed, the classifier does a good job at detecting these as salt marshes, vegetated coastal wetlands. So this type of monitoring system is not only able to detect losses and help characterize them, but also detect these gains. And as we see more and more restoration, maybe in response to the decade in restoration, we're hoping that the monitoring system is going to be effective at being able to help track those type of restoration activities on the global scale. And the obvious caveat is that they have to be very, very large restorations from completely different land cover types, such as farmlands or cities. In any case, it's an exciting development that I think and I hope will be useful for monitoring how we're going with restoring the world's tidal wetlands. Now, the last example I have for you is a sort of rapid event of subsidence, which I think sort of characterizes what sea level rise might be like. Here, what we're looking at is the drowning of mangroves on the Nicobar Islands. And this is associated with a massive earthquake that happened in 2004. And indeed, this earthquake was the second largest earthquake on the planet in the last 100 years. And for some parts of the Nicobar and Andaman Islands, there was a tectonic subsidence event that in some places was greater than 2 meters in just a few minutes. So what we saw was the drowning of mangroves very quickly. These mangroves just lost their elevation and began to be completely inundated all the time, which led to a die-off event. And in this 2005 image, you can see the brown mangroves that are there. And eventually in 2019, these are basically just eroded and removed. And our classification system was able to detect that, and it corresponded with the sorts of field observations that are needed to sort of confirm that these events happened. And indeed, this article on Monga Bay shows that 97% of mangrove cover for some islands was lost due to this rapid subsidence event. So the monitoring system is performing as we hope. It can detect things such as drowning mangroves, changing sediment dynamics associated with sort of delta changes, and also gains in new tidal wetlands when they occur, because they're such dynamic systems, we really can't just focus on loss, even though losses at the global scale have continued to well outweigh the gains that we see from restoration and from say, new sediment in the coastal zone. Now, what do we see? What do we see as the sort of future for this work? Well, first of all, this system supplements the tidal flat data. It really is, instead of looking at extent and how extent changes, what we do here is really try to characterize those fine scale losses and gains. So really a chance to work at the site scale to better understand what's happening to tidal wetlands in response to a whole range of management actions. Here I'm just showing you some extracts from the data on the plots on this screen. We can see that in China, even though net loss, those little white bars, is always below zero, there are new areas of tidal flats that do get deposited, sometimes on the outsides of seawalls and things. The red bar, which is salt marsh, actually corresponds with the expansion of Spartana across the China coastline. Alarmingly, we're still not on net zero. We've got extensive losses of coastal wetlands across China, which is certainly a concern. Same in Indonesia, we have some small gains of mangroves and tidal flats, which is due to just natural sort of movements of coastal ecosystems. But overwhelmingly, we're looking at a story of net losses of coastal wetlands. And in particular in Indonesia, these are focused so much on mangroves due to the expansion.
特别关注的就是红树林这就是由于棕榈树所带来的原因。那么同时呢，也是由于那么在印尼那么他们很多时候这个发展都是以红树林的损失为代价的。那所以呢，我们想大家再看一下，那么那在目前那么我给大家再来看一看，那么目前的一个情况。那么我们现在呢，在接下来的一两年，可能做的工作。那么第一个呢，就是我们的这个退化，我们发现呢，实际上很多的这个研究那么也向我们显示，那么现在很多亚洲的这个研究都显示，那么即便是这个潮汐洪水在下降，但是我们发现呢，它对海岸的影响更大了。这可能有一部分呢是由于这个退化、生态退化的原因，那有可能是噪音带来，那么有可能是比如说污染所带来的，所以这个也是令人非常关切的。那同时我们也是希望能够来帮助我们来提升我们的这个栖息地的质量，而不仅仅是保护栖息地的这个规模。那这个呢是在缅甸所建立的一个红树林退化的模型。那这我们可以看到，那么在这个地图上，这些地方仍然有红树林，但是在这些红树林中，我们可以看到呢，那由于这个伐木，那还有呢，就是由于这个堤岸影响到了这个潮汐，所以大家可以红色呢都显示了那是退化非常严重的这个红树林的生态系统。那同时呢，很多的这个红树林呢，那
It's actually a forestry reserve where no wood cutting and no diking for rice agriculture is allowed. The same things we've done in Congo on tropical forest, and here we have a continuous index of forest condition, just basically to inform the distribution of degradation. Now, I'm not sure if that's someone jumping in, but I'm going to keep going because I've got 4 minutes left by my account. These sorts of models I think are particularly exciting for coastal ecosystems. And so I think in the next few years, we're going to see remote sensing models aimed at really trying to estimate the extent of degradation within places that we know as tidal wetlands. And that's sort of the next step I think that's needed in terms of monitoring coastal wetland quality. Again, I've got a picture of Rich in this slide, because this is something that I think a project like this might have the opportunity to help solve by bringing people together who have population time series of shorebirds and supplementing that with a site-based understanding of coastal ecosystem loss and gain. We really have a good opportunity now to continue to fill this knowledge gap of what might be causing these declines in shorebirds. And this is something that's always going on, is trying to fill in these gaps. And the intersection between what remote sensing can offer and what field-based studies can offer, I think we need to always continually be bridging. And this study here by Colin Stubbs really shows that type of work is really informative for systems which span entire hemispheres, like the East Asian Australasian Flyway. And then lastly, before I go, this is where I think we could also sort of consider moving towards. These are alert systems. There's an alert system available for deforestation in the tropics. And what it does is it periodically updates itself on a monthly basis. And when a new deforestation event is detected, an alert is fired off to the subscribers to the alert system, often governments. And what it allows is a much quicker response to undesired changes of ecosystems. And so I've been working a bit on this, is really trying to reduce that gap. You know, the last tidal flat map we have globally is 2016. We've recently developed a new one, 2019. You know, that's still 2 years from then to now. What I'd love to see in the coastal ecosystem space, and I'm working towards, is a much quicker response time of acquiring a satellite image, analysing it, and detecting an adverse event such as a coastal ecosystem loss. So with that, I'll leave it there. Thanks again for the invite. I'm really excited to be contributing to this project over the next couple of years.
Thank you, Nick. That was an excellent presentation. I think in your talk, I think it was really clear the power and the potential of how much new data that we can take from satellites is now available for us to make inferences on changes with respect to coastal wetlands. I think we've not thought about coastal wetlands in a lot of these spatial analysis until in the recent decades, where there have been a lot of work done by you and many of your colleagues to basically push this frontier forward. I think it was also really clear that your presentation brought out the convergence of new data sets that is now available, that was not available 5-10 years ago, and new ways of doing analysis on them. So I can see there's lots of exciting opportunities coming up ahead in how we can make the most out of these data sets to help us to figure out what are the best policy decisions for wetland conservation in Asia. I also like to note that there were some very nice reflections you made on the potential of these data sets and how they can actually help us to track global intertidal change, which we don't tend to think a lot about, and how to synthesize these findings with more conventional data sets on shorebirds, like what we can make out of population models. So thanks for that, and I'm sure there's going to be quite a number of questions for you. So for those of our colleagues on the call with questions, please feel free to put them in the chat box. We'll try our best to answer them towards the close of this session. At the same time, I note that Nick may have to jump off a little earlier than expected. So if you need some insights from Nick on your questions, please feel free to put them in now before I go on to the next speaker. Thanks Nick, a lot. Yep, thanks for sharing your insights with us. Moving on to our next presenter. Now that Nick has given us that big picture from the power of spatial analysis, we'll now move a little bit deeper into ecosystem services at a site level. And I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our colleague Kelvin Pei, who is joining us from the UK at the University of Southampton. Kelvin, as many of us know, is an expert on ecosystem services. He's done a lot of work and has been the brains behind the development of a number of ecosystem service assessment tools, including TESSA, which BirdLife have worked on and developed several years ago. Kelvin is currently based at the University of Southampton, but he also visits as a fellow at the Department of Zoology at Cambridge University. And Kelvin comes from a very tropical tradition in terms of his research, because he spent a lot of his work examining tropical rainforests and montane forest ecosystem services in Southeast Asian country, which is how I got to know Kelvin's work 10 over years ago. Fast forward 10 years, is now spending more time looking at ecosystem services and how can we, better make sense of these ecosystem services so that we can make good policy and management decisions. And I think I shouldn't go too much into detail on that, because I know that Kelvin will give us a very comprehensive overview of what he's up to in the work that he's done on ecosystem service assessments. So I think on that note, I would like to really pass the floor to Kelvin to bring us into the world of ecosystem service assessments. Over to you, Kelvin.
Well, thanks, Bingley, for the introduction. Thanks for having me here. It's really excited to be involved in this RFI project. So I'd like to take this opportunities to introduce you with tools that you can measure and monitor ecosystem services at the site scale, and it's called TESA. And TESA stands for the Toolkit for Ecosystem Services Site-Based Assessment. So this is initially a Cambridge Conservation Initiative project, but it's also funded by Darwin Initiative and AXA Research Fund. So besides Cambridge University and Southampton University, other partners are BirdLife International, the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, RSPB, and UNEP, World Conservation Monitoring Center, Anglia Ruskin University, as well as the Tropical Biology Association. So this just a quick overview of TESA. We all know that ecosystem approach has been increasing its profile internationally for the past few decades. And in 2005, there was a Millennium Ecosystem Assessment Report. In 2010, we had TEEP, the economics of ecosystems and biodiversity, and more recently, the formation of IPBES. Okay, and we also have this partnership of countries looking at the wealth accounting. That includes the values of ecosystem services and looking beyond the country's GDP measures. So just to clarify that there are already a number of tools available for ecosystem services assessment out there, and TESA is just one of the tools available. And TESA is applicable in certain cases, while other tools may be more suitable elsewhere. And it is important to consider that all these tools often operate at different scales. So there are some tools that, like TESA, are more useful at the local scales, and there are others, for example, INVEST, that perhaps can be applied at a regional or national or even at the global scales. So the thinking of TESA started in Cambridge in 2009, when a workshop was held as part of the horizon scanning exercise. And that was when a number of academics and the conservation practitioners came to realize that there wasn't really a tools out there that is addressing a site level issues that can be applied by a non-experts. And there wasn't the tools out there as well to collect relevant local data that is useful for local decision making. Here, next slide is just to show you the organizations that have contributed to the development of TESA. We have individuals from these organizations who have contributed to our workshops, that play a role as reviewers, or even writing up our chapters. And we have also the implementation by some of these organizations and who have the direct link with some of our TESA steering group members. Although there are also many more users out there that's implementing TESA Toolkit independently. So the overall objective of TESA project is to develop a suite of rapid ecosystem assessment tools for understanding how far conserving sites for their biodiversity importance also help to conserve the different ecosystem services. So the toolkit aims to provide the practical guidance on how to identify which ecosystem services may be important at a site, and also to provide the methods for rapidly measuring these services at a site in its current states, so that we can also compare that to its most plausible alternative states. So the aim is to help the non-experts with a limited capacity. Here I mean those people with or organizations with a limited budget, few manpower, low capacities, to help them to measure the several ecosystem services rapidly and cheaply, but also robustly. So by using this toolkit, you'll be able to involve the stakeholders and the beneficiaries on the ground, and you should be able to then provide a scientifically robust data, all right, for decision making. So the overall purpose is to support the ongoing conservation efforts and should be used as one of the many tools and approaches in supporting biodiversity conservation. And the TESA is actually designed for conservation practitioners and those with an interest in supporting biodiversity conservation through ecosystem service argument. And however, its methodology is applicable to a wide range of users, particularly those from forestry sectors, fisheries, and water managers, land developers, and land use planners. It's also relevant for private sectors and many others. So in using this toolkit, it is expected that you'll be able to provide simple, straightforward, focused instructions to your staff or even to the volunteers on how to collect the data that's needed to measure the particular services at your site of interest. So at the moment, TESAs cover quite a wide range of ecosystem services, and that includes the climate regulating services, the hydrological services, the use of the wild goods and cultivated goods. We also include pollination services and coastal protections, as well as cultural services, and that includes the nature-based recreation. Although this toolkit is designed to be accessible to non-experts, understanding ecosystem services can be fairly technical. So some relevant experience and training may be needed. The users may need some scientific training to understand the basic scientific protocol or sampling protocol, statistical analysis, or the production of the graphs and the presentation of the data. And the users may also need some training or some understanding of social economics methods, such as questionnaires, interviews technique, and household surveys. Of course, the users will need to be competent in computing skills and able to count. For the next slides, that's the characteristics of TESAs. It's meant to be complementary, all right, to both the rough assessment at the global scales and as well as the more detailed, labor-intensive and more expensive studies on the ground. It should be used, it should provide estimates that are robust enough to inform policies, to make decisions, or for effective advocacies without the need of having to invest a considerable amount of resources, and also without the need of any specialist technical knowledge. So this approach may not produce information at sufficient details for schemes such as RED+, but it could still pave the way for a more detailed assessment for the future, and it should still produce scientifically robust data to inform policy making of policymakers. And it's a user-friendly document and on how to identify and collect a simple data on important services at the focus site. It's a generic tool that should be applicable across a large number of sites worldwide. And here is just to show you where TESA is compared, how TESA is compared with other tools. For TESA, it is not a modeling tools, all right, and it gives users the protocols on how to collect the relevant data that's need to measure the ecosystem services. And these are all practical methods that can be done in less time. And it does not focus on the production of spatial output, or in most cases do not use modeling approaches. It actually what's really stood out. What's really stood out is that the TESA actually measures actual values. So TESA involves the real data from the existing site under its current state, as well as alternative states in real time. So we're not talking about scenarios. We're not talking about predictions nor projections. All right, we're simply comparing the two states, which I will talk more about later. Very quickly, here's just to show you that Tesla we have implemented Tesla in many regions across the world, mainly in Africa, Asia, America, Europe, and Pacific, and across a diversity of habitat types and sites. And the aim is to build a global community of users. And according to our records, NGOs have applied Tesla globally in at least 96 protected and non-protected areas in at least 26 countries, right, to highlight the nature's economic and cultural contributions. All right, so on average, based on the pilot sites that are undertaken by Tesla steering committees ourselves, all right, a complete assessment using Tesla only require an average of 40 person days, all right, of personal times in the field. And this means that if you were to do a complete assessment alone, all right, you'll probably take about 40 days of your time working in the field. And if you have another person helping you, for 2 people, you need, say, 20 days, all right, to complete a complete assessment on average. So Tesla again is not a computer-based tools. Okay, it's not like Invest computer-based tools. It is a book basically in a PDF format, and which includes a step-by-step guidance. Okay, and also decision trees, guiding you through a series of questions and steps. Is basically yes and no questions. All right, to show you, to direct you to the appropriate methods, and for their methods, for each of these methods, we give you the detailed protocols. Okay, and as well as additional guidance and tips. We also provide users the templates for the interview questionnaires and the questionnaires for the household surveys for some of the services such as the harvested wild goods and the cultivated goods. And lastly, we also provide guidance on the data synthesis. And the users also appreciate our work examples, and we show you examples step by step of how you derived to estimate the economic values for each of the services that's covered in Tesla. So again, the last bit of Tesla is about the guidance on the data presentations and how you communicating the results to your stakeholders. So as you can see here, this is a flow chart and showing the process of how the toolkit is used. And so there is a process to follow, and the toolkit provides the guidance and the selections of the methods to enable you to carry out the assessment at your site. So in using this toolkit, you'll be able to produce a maps, table, figures, and a report. And the data, again, should be robust enough for effective advocacies to inform policymakers. And here to take note that the same methods that you use for your site under its current state should also be applied to another areas that's representing the alternative states or the alternative land cover of your site. However, the exact way that you do it and the content involved in each of these steps is context specific. But basically for each of the services covered in Tesla, the users is led through a series of questions and steps to determine which specific services may be relevant, what data are needed to measure them, and what methods or sources can be used to obtain this data. So at the end of this toolkit, there's also sections about communicating the results of your analysis. So as you can see here, the first step is scoping. For scoping exercise, the main aim is to identify the stakeholders, to engage people and to get experts' opinions, and also to learn more about the sites and the beneficiaries on the ground. And this all helps to inform how you do the service assessment. It could also provide us a broad understanding of the most important habitats and the ecosystem services at the site. it can also tease out the current drivers of change, how they are affecting the habitat quality and the delivery of the services. And by doing so, we could also scope how changes might impact different beneficiary groups, the local, the national, the global beneficiaries, the poor, and we could also look into gender and the different ethnicity, for example. So this stage is very important because it informs us the next stage of work by providing us the context and informs us what the resources are available that for the next steps. Whilst doing the scoping exercise, it's also important to identify and to engage the decision makers and to identify the policies that's driving the decisions and the processes that are leading to land use change at the site. After the scoping exercise, and that is the preliminary scoping appraisal, and this is a step to help us really to pinpoint the importance ecosystem services are provided by the site and how they may change under the possible future changes, and that's the alternative states. And it basically gave us an overview of the site and its services, identify the important benefits, and help to identify the land use change, the land use drivers, and provide the information about the past as well. So the scoping exercise is actually key, and by just conducting the scoping exercise, the preliminary scoping appraisal, you should be able to collect enough information to produce a document like this. And this is a national report that compiles comprehensive information about the benefits provided across all the 27 IBA important birds areas in Nepal. And these reports provides a clear indication of what services these sites provide and for whom. So this report, if I think it was distributed at the national levels to inform the planning and the management of all the 27 IBA in Nepal. So for all the 10 countries that are involved in this the regional Flyway initiative projects, so there's a potential to produce a report like this based on the ecosystem services assessment. Just very quickly to talk about the alternative states, and this is really a key features of TESA. And TESA is it is actually a comparative framework, and it compares the current states versus the most possible alternative states. And the definition of the alternative states is that it's a plausible and often simplified description of how the future may develop, and it's based on the best available current information, and also based on the coherent and the internally consistent set of assumptions about the key driving forces and relationship, okay, at the site. So it is not a predictions, it's not a projections, all right, and it can sometimes be based on a narrative storylines. And for economists, they refer this to as a counterfactual, okay. But here we simply call it alternative states for the non-experts. So again, for this approach is very unique, and we're looking at the alternative states, which is a plausible and often simplified descriptions of an alternative land cover or the land use of the site, and it's based on whether particular policy actions or decisions taken, and alternative states is actually basically representing how the future may develop, and alternative states could be about how it was in the past, okay? Or rather how things might be different now. So I know this project is about wetland, but I'm going to give you a mountain example from Nepal. And when using the toolkit, it is important to know the boundary of the site and the total area of the site, as well as all the habitat types within the site, okay? And down here, for example, this Puchoki Mountain's current state is a native forest, but without the community forestry, then it's likely to be converted to a subsistence agricultural land. So, and what's important here is that we need to know the boundary of the site as well as the total area. So the current state and the alternative states of the sites should have the same total area. What would be changed is the area's different habitat types, as shown in this slide. So for alternative states, TESA is based on empirical measurements, and it's important to find a real place which represents the alternative states at which you can take measurements. So nearby sites that have already undergone change can be used to infer likely future changes. It is important that your chosen site is as similar to the focus site as possible. All right, otherwise, the differences in the services they provide may not necessarily be due to the differences in the land use. And in some cases where no suitable alternative sites could be found, okay, and which is the case for many wetland, and we can then use contingent evaluation methods for valuing services, or in the case of assessing the water hydrological services, we use a simple online modeling tools. When in using this toolkit for some services, there are several approaches whereby you could follow for collecting the data. One of the approaches is to collect the data directly from the site of interest. And this is the best methods which we highly recommend, because this will give you the results with the highest level of confidence. And again, this method is highly recommended if you have the resources to do so. And but of course, not all the users will have the ability to collect the field data. So other approaches, another approach for obtaining the data is to use the lookup tables. We provide information on where to find the existing estimates. For example, for carbon values, we'll be pointing to the IPCC Tier 1 estimates. We also provide compilations of estimates to fill the existing gaps, data gaps in the IPCC document. So of course, some services will also involve individual questionnaire surveys or household surveys and interviews. Okay, this is especially the case for the harvested goods as well as the cultivated goods. For the next slide is just to give you a glimpse of what the decision trees in TESA looks like. As mentioned just now, the users is led through a series of questions, and it's very simple yes/no questions and steps to determine the most appropriate methods. And in this slides, in this case, it is the methods for estimating the total carbon stocks. Okay, and the next slides is another example, all right, for valuing the harvested wild goods. Okay, so I think down here we have method 2 and 3. All right, and method 2 is about the questionnaires, and method 3 is estimating the overall net economic values. All right, across the most important harvested wild goods. Well, next I'd like to talk about carrying out these methods. It is important to involve the stakeholders, all right, in the data collections. And the stakeholders can either be involved in collecting the data as seen in the pictures here, or they can be the data providers providing the data to the process. As you can see on these slides, the stakeholders, like for example, the NGO staff and even their volunteers can help to collect the data. On the pictures on the left, you can see that the NGO staff and the volunteers they actually are able to use the TESA quite independently, measuring the DBH, the diameter at breast height of the trees, so that to get the estimates of the above ground biomass. in order to estimate the carbon stock in the forest. And that pictures was taken from the Dominican Republic. So another pictures on the right, and that's our colleague from the bird conservation Nepal. And she actually could, because of Tesla, she could actually has the skills to collect the information to estimate the annual values of the nature-based recreations at a national park. If I'm not wrong, that national park is Shivapuri Nagarjuna National Park in Nepal. Okay, then Tesla also provides you with the guidance on the data analysis and communications of results. Like I mentioned, it's important to engage with the stakeholders and to continue that stakeholders engagements through to the end of the projects. And this can be done by inviting them to provide feedback on the preliminary results. As you can see here again, our colleague from Bird Conservation Nepal, now here is showing her presenting her ecosystem services assessment to the local community. And this is what you can expect by using Tesla. This is how the results may look like. And here is the bar chart showing the net difference between the two states of the site. There's a current state and alternative states. And in this case, the current state is the community forest, and the alternative state is if there's no community forest, all right, then the area will be encroached by subsistence farming. This is presenting your results in this bar chart like this is very neat, and the policies makers they love it. Okay, especially is in the monetary units, it's in dollars and cents. But this that it is Tesla's aspirations, all right, to have the economic valuations of all relevant services, but most of the time this is not possible. Okay, then if that's the case, then we need a presentation means to pull all the information of various services together. And this can be achieved by using a spider diagrams or radar diagrams or the rose plot like this one. Okay, and such approach actually presents the results in the context of balance of services. In other words, you can see the trade-offs between the services. So for using Tesla, you could also have results that focus on the beneficiaries. And this slide is about the allocation of benefits among the groups and individuals. So Teslas enable users to gain the knowledge about how the benefits are distributed among the beneficiaries, and they could be local, national, or global under the current and the alternative states. However, the Tesla cannot analyze at a final resolution, such as distinguishing the local rural poor and the local wealthy landowners. Okay, and on that note, I can move on to the limitation of Tesla. So every tools will have their strengths and weaknesses. So Tesla actually, as I said, it covers the sensitivities of a suite of different ecosystem services, but the number of services covered is still quite limited. For example, we have not yet covered include the values relating to health, both physical and mental health, and some important services is also missing, such as the air quality improvement or the air pollutants removal services, which we intend to include that in our next edition, which will be launched next year. So for Tesla, there's always this trade-off between the simplicity and utility versus the in-depth analysis and the inclusion of the complex factors. So we actually do not explore factors such as resilience, sustainability, tipping point, thresholds, and time series analysis. Okay, but we begin to start looking at the discount rates and the time horizons, okay, and try to simplify the the analysis that taking account that consider the discount rates, and that would be also included in our future edition, which will be launched next year. And lastly, the last point I'd like to make is that TESA may not be appropriate, may not provide the answers or the right kind of output that you need for your advocacy work. So there's a possibility that actually the alternative states could actually provide more benefits to the beneficiaries on the ground. All right, so for the rapid ecosystem services assessment case studies in the Asia, unfortunately, these presentations are, due to time constraints, it's not possible for me to include a case study in detail. Here's simply a slide that summarizes the results of an ecosystem services assessment that we conduct at Muinji Wetland in Myanmar. And this work is led by our colleagues from Bangka, all right, and as well as our colleagues from the BirdLife International Tokyo. This was done in 2015, but it was published only this year in a journal called Ecosystem Services. And this is the kind of output that you can expect by using TESA. In the case of Muinji, the annual benefits is more than 22 million per year. All right, and that is excluding the value of stored carbon, which is estimated at about $91 million US dollars. Of course, there are costs as well. All right, TESA is basically a simplified cost-benefit analysis. So the cost could include, example, the wetlands emits the greenhouse gases, which cost 7 million per year. And there's also a management cost, which is about $22,000 per year. So, but on balance, the benefits still outweighs the cost. Okay, so this rapid ecosystem services assessment at Muinji actually is very important for us. It's actually particularly meaningful for me because it has an impact on the wetland policy development and management in Myanmar. So this study actually raised the awareness of the ecosystem services that's provided by the wetlands or at the national levels in that country. And the assessment was reported in Myanmar's 6th National Report on Biodiversity to CBD. And it is also reported in the country's 2018 national reports to the COP13 of the Ramsar Convention. So better decisions were subsequently made at other wetlands across the countries. For example, 5 other wetlands were consequently designated as Ramsar sites. All right, and because of this rapid assessment at Muinji. So the next slide is just a summary of a TESA, and I will not go through them again. And my slides will be available to everybody and after the talk. And this is the last slide. I just want to point out there's a hyperlink there where you can download TESA, or it's free to download, and as well as my contact details that you can ask me any questions later if you have one, as well as a paper that introduces a TESA, and that is open access as well. Okay, then thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kelvin, for the very comprehensive presentation and update on the capabilities of TESA as a tool for us to assess the ecosystem services at the site level for many sites, and also showcasing, many examples of where this work on ecosystem services using TESA has been implemented on the ground. I think that was very instructive. I also noted that you had a really good point about how TESA, at least based on its framework, gets the people working at the site level, site managers, land managers, to get involved in the tasks of ecosystem services assessment. So I guess it goes beyond being simply just a scientific tool. It also builds a particular element of local stakeholder engagement, and I think that is what really makes it really powerful. I'm mindful that we are a little bit over time, but I think we should have time to probably take a couple of questions for Kelvin, yourself, and also for Nick on spatial analysis. I think we've seen a nice lineup of two presentations, one with Nick building the big picture from spatial analysis, and then Kelvin bringing us into the topic of wetland assessment at the site level. I note that while this conversation was going on, there's been a couple of comments and questions popping up in the chat box. So I would like to direct my colleague Yoon, who is my co-facilitator, who has been diligently monitoring those questions to share with us what comments and insights are coming out through the chat box. Yoon, would you like to enlighten us on that?
Yes, so thank you, Ding Li. Let me address the latest question from Raphael about the TESA. So Raphael was asking whether Kelvin is aware of the RAWES tool, the Ramsar Assessment of Wetlands Ecosystem Services. So Kelvin, do you know RAWES and does it compare to TESA? That was a question from Raphael. Over to you, Kelvin.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for the questions. Yes, I'm very much aware of your toolkit, Robert. Is it called RAWES? Yeah, and I think that's a tool that's developed by Ramsar. I think it's very similar. I would say that they are very similar. As of course, there are some differences, such as, for example, for the RAWES tools, it is really rapid. For example, you only need 2 people, all right, to fill in the questionnaire for each site. And for that, if I understood correctly, one would be an academic and another one would be the site managers of the site. Whereas for TESAs, that we collect that information from the participatory workshop, and where we gather all the stakeholders, and so that we have a consensus on what's the most important services that are provided by the site. I think that's the main difference. Otherwise, broadly speaking, that they are pretty similar. Mm-hmm. I would say that the RAWES is actually a really rapid tools, all right, and that's really based on the assumption that the 2 people is representing the whole community and the stakeholders. Yep, and again, I'd like to point out that I'm not advocating that we just use TESA for this RFI project. And as I mentioned, this is just one of the tools in our toolbox, okay? And we also consider other approaches. And like I say, every tool will have their strengths and weaknesses, and we just have to get the best from each of them and to apply it to this project. Yeah.
Thank you. Another question. This is a question from David Millville to Professor Nick Murray. Is Professor Nick Murray present?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. So yes, there was a question from David Millville that in view of the collapse of benthic food stocks for shorebirds in Yaluzhang, apparently resulting from changes in salinity due to the development of Dandong Port, changing flows of the Yalu River, will there be potential for detecting changes in salinity in future?
Wow, that's a really good question. I guess I think we will be able to see changes in coastal ecosystems brought about by processes such as that. Our capacity to detect them will really require massive advances, though, I think, in remote sensing. There's a lot of new satellite sensors coming online in the next couple of years, such as LiDAR, which will allow us to detect centimetre scale changes in the elevation of tidal wetlands. We'll be really trying to look for indicators that are suitable for detecting changes like that. But I'd hate to overpromise. It is a pretty difficult issue, and you know, maybe in the next 5 to 10 years we'll be able to get at the point where we're continually advancing to be able to move into those sorts of spaces.
Thank you. And there was a question from about the types of the habitat types of this analysis. Professor Nick already addressed about whether this analysis only focus on salt marsh, mangroves, and tidal flat. But Professor Murray, would you like to address again to the audience, please?
Sure. Yeah, the question related to whether or not we're planning on including or have already included other coastal wetland types into our monitoring system. Currently, we only focus on salt marshes, mangroves, and tidal flats just because they're just so heavily interconnected with their needs for sediment and also the transitions that we observe around the world between them, which are sort of not as strong between, say, sandy beaches or rocky shores. The good news is that we are building the data set that will allow us to extend to other ecosystems. So we have training data for rocky shores, seagrass, sandy beaches, just a little bit, and macroalgae is something that we're interested in also collecting data on. Only when we collect that data can we really evaluate whether or not our models can handle those sorts of ecosystems, because they start to get quite different from these sediment-dominated ecosystems that we observe across much of the world's low-energy coastlines. I would say I also work really tightly with other ecosystem mapping projects. So I was on the Allen Coral Atlas team. So we have a completely different way of mapping underwater ecosystems, such as coral reefs. And there's a great team working on mangroves as well. So all of us are now starting to get together and really try to advance coastal mapping and hopefully start to develop like an information source such as we haven't ever really had before for coastal environments. So it's exciting times, and I'm really just holding on and seeing how fast we go here.
Thank you. Maybe I will just refer to one more question and we can close the Q&A. So there was comment from Matthew Anderson about responding to Dr. Calvin Pei's presentation. I see he said that one of the alternative system compared was system of environmental economic accounting, which has been applied to some pilots in Southeast Asia. So would you like to respond to this statement, Professor Pei, please?
Yes, for that I think you're referring to the SEEA. That's actually a natural capital accounting, and it is a bit different from the ecosystem services assessment. And for natural capital, it is basically looking at the quantity and the quality of the asset. Okay, and it's talking about say the carbon, the water, biodiversity. And so basically it's accounting that capital, the natural capital. But for ecosystem services, we are actually measuring the real benefits that has a closer relationship to the people, that's directly affecting the humans' well-being. So, and actually I acknowledge that ecosystem services actually flow from the natural capital. So basically, they may sound similar, but they're actually different things. So actually, the natural capital accounting itself is another interesting exercise. All right, but I think that could be the work for the future. But I think this project, we are focusing on the ecosystem services because we are more interested in how this wetland affects the livelihood of people. Of the local beneficiaries. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Professor. So I just got the last question from Tess. Is a question for Professor Murray. Is the Global Mangrove Watch portal able to provide the changes in mangroves to the scale and time scale that you demonstrated?
In some cases, yes. The Global Mangrove Watch is a very advanced method for mapping mangrove change. However, when Global Mangrove Watch detects a loss of mangroves, they're not able to attribute them to a change into another ecosystem type. So we're not able to use Global Mangrove Watch to understand whether or not mangroves have been eroding due to sort of increased sediment availability in an area. The good news is that both Pete Bunting and Richard Lucas have been on the team for developing this new one. So we have the expertise of Global Mangrove Watch in the team to ensure that we kind of can use their mangrove mapping expertise along with the mapping of tidal flats expertise to develop a system that kind of tries to cover all those ecosystems, but in particularly focus on that issue of transitions and better confirming what's happening to those losses and gains, which Global Mangrove Watch doesn't really do, and neither does the Tidal Flats project.
Thanks a lot. Ding Li, I think we are ready for the next session. Over to you, Ding Li. You're on mute. Ding Li, I think you're muted.
Sorry, I had slippery fingers. Thank you very much, Yoon, for bringing us through those questions, and also very good points raised by both Nick and Kelvin. Excellent insights from two experts in their field, looking more closely at how TESA can be used as a tool and how it is compared to other ecosystem assessment tools like RAUS. Also, thanks to Nick for those excellent insights on satellite data and how we can use that to make informed decisions on wetland conservation. I think thanks to all these presentations that we've heard today, we now, for the most part of it, we've now got a really stronger understanding of the different pieces of the jigsaw puzzle with respect to wetland conservation. We have seen remote sensing angles, you have seen ecosystem services angles, and of course in the morning you've seen some excellent discussions on the kinds of criteria and considerations we can use to prioritize wetland sites for conservation action. I think I'm now going to usher us all into probably what I think to be the most exciting activity of the day, which is the breakout discussion. And it is always fun to be in the breakout discussion because you get to meet people, everything is more personable, and there are more interactions and sharing of ideas. So what is the flavor of the breakout discussion for today? Going more specifically, into thinking about the kinds of co-benefits we gain from wetland ecosystem services, the breakout discussion today would be a more reflective piece, really to get members of the floor from different stakeholder organizations like our government colleagues, our NGO colleagues, and the major investment banks to sit back and think a little bit about the presentations that came before and also reflect on their own experiences working on the ground at wetland sites. What needs to be done to better understand some of these wetland ecosystem services, and with that understanding, how can we then translate the knowledge of wetland ecosystem services into management actions? So we've got some really broad questions here, which hopefully can cater to the whole diverse bunch of audience we have here. And the platform for our breakout discussion will be very similar to what we did yesterday. For those of you who are here for the first time, our breakout facilitators will introduce you to how this platform works. We're going to be using the Mural bots, which is a collaborative sharing tool. And these links to access the Mural bots will be shared by our breakout facilitators when you get sent into the breakout rooms by my colleague Baden. So I think really that's all from me, because I know that your breakout facilitators, they are very familiar with this topic, and they will be able to bring you on hopefully a very fruitful discussion into reflecting about what we know about wetland ecosystem services at the regional level, at the site level, whether there are any success stories and how can we learn from the success stories, and other kinds of experiences to basically upscale the work we can do in this Flyway in terms of better understanding the kinds of co-benefits we're getting from wetlands in general. So on that note, I'm going to pass the floor to Baden, who is the master of breakouts. He has taken down all our names and have decided where we will go to. So Baden, I would like to pass the time to you before you bring us into the breakout discussions. Over to you, Baden.
Thank you, Ding Li.
I hope everyone had a good discussion in the breakout room. I was able to join quite a few of these sessions moving around, and great to see the really strong engagement from everybody sharing your views on ecosystem service assessments, and also wider and broader discussions on how we can make the most out of our knowledge of ecosystem services for local people. And then, of course, for the banks group, there's been quite a lot of engaging discussions on how we can finance some of this work more strongly going forward. I am mindful that we have got a bit of a tea break coming up soon, and I think this was designed with to free up some time for our groups to have a bit of a stab at the murals if they are still working on the murals. So please, for those of you who are planning to prepare your murals for your reporting session later on, feel free to tidy it up later during the tea break. So I think we can afford to take a short 15 minutes break to catch up on the coffee before we come back to our next and our final session, really, where there's going to be a presentation on the Critical Ecosystems Partnership Fund by Patricia. I'm also mindful that since yesterday, quite a lot of our colleagues who were not able to join us yesterday have been able to do so today. So I think we've been thinking of taking a second group picture to really capture everybody. So we are aiming to have that group picture taken after Patricia's presentation when more people are back on board. So we will do that after the tea break. So the time now on my clock says 3:37 Manila time. I think we can come back here. Let's see, 20 minutes. We can probably come back here at around 5 minutes to the hour, perhaps 5 minutes to the hour. So we'll come back here at 3:55 if that works for everybody. Before we go into the reporting and the last bits of today's session. So thanks everyone for your excellent input. We'll take a little bit of a break and we'll be back in about 17 minutes from now. See you all.
Greetings everyone for the final session. Thank you very much. We still have 68 people who've come through to the final session of the meeting, so we must have been doing something right. Great, welcome everyone. So yeah, I will be facilitator for this final session, and just to kind of run you through what's coming up. So we've made a little bit of space for the outcomes of the breakout groups to be consolidated. So what we're going to do is move on to thinking about the granting mechanism a little bit next. And Patricia Zurita, CEO of BirdLife, will make a short presentation about some of the best practices that have come from the CPF, and we can think about that in terms of the development of the granting mechanism. And then we'll have a short Q&A after that. We'll then come back to the breakout group facilitators and do the reporting back on session 2 on the ecosystem services. And so I will kind of run us through the reporting back one by one over the half hour. And then rounding up from that, we'll then hear from Duncan to synthesize the discussions for from the breakout key takeaways. And then we'll go to the closing remarks for the last 10 minutes. So I will now hand you over to Patricia. So Patricia, I think everybody knows Patricia on the call, but just to make sure, Patricia is CEO of BirdLife and was formerly working in Washington, D.C. She's from Ecuador, formerly working in Washington, D.C. at Conservation International, and then was in charge of the CPF, the Critical Ecosystems Partnership Fund herself, before coming to work for BirdLife, and so is very well positioned to think about how we might develop a granting mechanism in the context of the East Asian Flyway and ADB's interest in the Regional Flyway Initiative, And yes, I'd like to hand the floor over to you. Over to you, Patricia.
Thank you so much, Gary, and thanks so much for all of you who have stayed and continue to join this great meeting. I'm sorry that I had to dash off yesterday. I will definitely look back into the recordings and a lot of your great conversations and deliberations. This is a very exciting moment, not only for BirdLife, but I'm sure for the whole community that is interested in the Flyway. I'm going to share with you a couple of slides to walk you through what CEPF is. I'm sure that many of you not only know about it, but have worked with it, but just to make sure that we're all on the same page. The last slides are about why are we pursuing a granting mechanism for the Flyway initiative, what is the idea behind it, and how can we make sure that we develop it in a way that is not only learning from the experiences from the past, but it's also tailored to the reality of the Flyway. So as Gary said, I had the immense pleasure of being the executive director of the Critical Ecosystem Partnership Fund for 5 years before I came to BirdLife. And we are right now working directly with Olivier Longrand, the chief executive of CEPF, as well as Jack Tordorf, the managing director, to make sure that we capture a lot of what has happened in the last 6 years that I have been with BirdLife and the best practices from CEPF into designing a granting mechanism. And we will talk about this at the end, but CEPF is one of the mechanisms that we're looking at. There are a lot of others that have spun off over the last 5-6 years that we're also looking at to make sure that what we designed for the Flyway makes most sense and learns from everybody else. So let me start with CEPF. Hopefully this video will work. It's loading right now.
The Critical Ecosystem Partnership Fund. It's a big name, and we do big things to support nature. CEPF invests in the world's most important yet threatened terrestrial ecosystems, biodiversity hotspots. Biodiversity hotspots host an incredible number of plant and animal species, and their destruction would be catastrophic for humanity. So, CEPF grantees are stepping up to protect them. Since 2000, CEPF has been empowering civil society groups, from non-profit organizations and academic institutions to indigenous groups and cooperatives, to protect the hotspots by providing grants for locally led conservation. CEPF's grantees have worked to ensure that nearly 900 species on the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species don't go extinct, including the highly threatened polylepis trees of the Bolivian Andes. These trees are crucial for water retention in this water-stressed region and provide habitat for endangered bird species. But local communities use the trees for firewood and destroy them through livestock grazing and fires. Now, species and communities alike are benefiting from the actions of CEPF grantee Asociación Armonía, which is reforesting key areas, providing fuel-efficient stoves, and training communities to grow other trees for fuel. Globally, CEPF grantees have also contributed to the establishment of formal protection for 15.3 million hectares of high biodiversity ecosystems, an area larger than Greece. This includes Montenegro's Ultima Salina, one of Europe's most important migratory bird sites. This wetland hosts more than 250 species. With financial support from CEPF, the Center for Protection and Research of Birds has worked with partners and stakeholders for years to protect the site. In June 2019, their efforts helped persuade authorities to make Ultima Salina a national protected area, ensuring the birds a safe haven during their migration. The Critical Ecosystem Partnership Fund is a big name, but one word stands out: partnership. By connecting global donors with people working in biodiversity hotspots, we create partnerships that deliver on locally driven conservation strategies that are improving thousands of lives and saving millions of hectares of vital ecosystems that support huge numbers of species. Learn more in the latest CEPF Impact Report, available now.
Apologies for the network problems there. Hopefully it was not too broken. So that's CEPF. So just to summarize a little bit of the information, not only from the video, but also from other stuff from CEPF, it was founded in 2000. It started granting funding in 2001. So it's actually celebrating its 20th anniversary. It is a joint initiative of the French Development Agency, Conservation International, the European Union, the Global Environment Facility, the government of Japan, and the World Bank. The MacArthur Foundation was an initial donor, but they stopped granting right at about the time when I was in CEPF. And they have managed to secure additional funding from KfW and other donors that have not necessarily gone to the global pot, but are actually going to specific hotspots. It has awarded more than $271 million in grants, supporting almost 2,500 civil society organizations, small private sector companies, and academia. It has benefited more than 4,000 communities, worked in 25 of the 36 hotspots, reaching out to 105 countries, strengthened the management and protection of 50.3 million hectares of key biodiversity areas, supported the establishment of 15.3 million hectares of new protected areas, and improved the management of 10.1 million hectares of production landscapes. This element of production landscapes is a very important one because one of the innovative things that CEPF brought to the table in the early 2000s was precisely not working on strict conservation areas, but also in buffer zones of protected areas, ensuring that local communities were able to identify better production systems that would enhance sustainability of the natural ecosystems and also enable them to have good sources of income and enabling them to be stewards of the nature that they were trying to protect. So the fund is structured to support 4 key pillars: biodiversity, that is the most important piece of it; human well-being, as I was explaining before, ensuring that local communities have sources of income that enable to protect, to maintain their well-being, but also to protect their ecosystems where they are located. Civil society is an incredibly important element of it, one that we want to push for in the granting mechanism for the Flyway. There's a huge element of building capacity of local civil society and funds that are heavily dedicated to reaching out to local groups, nascent civil society organizations, as well as local communities and indigenous peoples to ensure that they can have access to this granting facility and build up their capacity as potential grantees in the future. And then the enabling conditions that are basically the teams that enable all of this to happen. They work through what they call regional implementation teams that are basically coordination teams at the hotspot level. So when a hotspot portfolio is approved by the donor council that is represented by a member of each of the donors, and that governs CEPF, they bring together they select a local organization or an international organization that is local in the hotspot to be coordinating and implementing the portfolio. 17% of that, 31% of the enabling conditions is the regional implementation teams. And without these coordination units, CEPF would be a completely different animal. It actually, these regional implementation teams enable that local connection with the local grantees and with the local organizations and makes the granting a lot simpler. The regional implementation teams also play a very important role in building capacity. They manage the small grants as I will show you in a minute, and they are the ones who are supporting a lot the building up of the civil society capacity at the hotspot level. You probably are aware of this, but you know, I know that IUCN is present right now in the workshop. IUCN is one of the RITs for the Indo-Burma portfolio right now, BirdLife has been an RIT, a regional implementation team for CEPF in multiple hotspots. We have been working very closely with CEPF, but they select local organizations that are localized and that can support that granting mechanism. I think Central Asia right now is a shared RIT with WWF and other organizations. So they do have two types of grants, and this is one of the things that makes CEPF very special. The small grants program is up, typically about $20,000 per grant, but it can go up to 50,000 in some of the hotspots, particularly those where 20,000 is too small for investment, the Mediterranean, for example. It is designed to support nascent civil society organizations and local communities with very little granting experience. So there's a lot of hand-holding in the small grant program. There's a huge support directly building capacity, in many cases, helping these organizations to graduate from small grants into large grants. And it is, as I said before, managed by the regional implementation team. And the other portfolio is the large grants, up to $500,000 of grants, with certain exceptions going beyond the $500,000. The average grant, however, is $150,000, which shows how CEPF in general, compared to the other granting mechanisms of the world, is truly a small grants program. The large grants are managed by the coordination unit that is located in the United States, and it is complementary and supports the strategic directions defined in the ecosystem profile. The ecosystem profile is the guiding document that defines what are the specific areas of investment that CEPF will have in a certain hotspot, and it identifies what are the key threats, the hotspot, but also what are the key opportunities for investing. Normally, an ecosystem profile will have between 4 and 5 strategic directions. And then both the large and small grants will be tailored to support those strategic directions in a 5-year period. So CEPF has a 5-year cycle of granting that in some hotspots gets replenished. When I was in CEPF, we changed a little bit the vision of pushing for the investment periods, ensuring that we remember that building up capacity and securing biodiversity protection is not a 5-year deal. It is actually a much longer process. So in the last 10 years, CEPF has embarked on building up something that they call long-term visions for the hotspots, which is basically looking into how can we make sure that the initial investments from CEPF can be sustainable over time, and rally local and international donors to support a much longer vision of 25 years. Why are we thinking about a granting mechanism for the Flyway initiative? The design of the regional Flyway initiative aims to blend finance, and this is one of the most interesting elements and one that makes the donor community very excited. So we're talking about blending loans to public funding and through loans to governments, and public and private funding through grants to civil society and indigenous peoples and local communities. A granting mechanism enables local civil society and indigenous peoples and local communities to access the funding that will complement the efforts of the government. So we definitely want to have this funding going into the hands of private entities, civil society and indigenous local communities, to make sure that they can complement what is going to happen with the loans. Now, the grants to the civil society and local communities will not only help advance the nature and climate agendas, but enables us to build up the long-lasting capacity that these organizations need so they can be true long-term stewards of the Flyway. And the granting mechanism enables us to attract private funding to join the regional Flyway initiative. So it is making sure that we can bring in not only trust and foundations, but also individual donors who are interested in the long-term stability of the Flyway, but also ensuring the local capacity of these organizations in the countries that are part of the Flyway. So in terms of what are the next steps, we are in the process of collecting lessons learned from CEPF. As I said, I am working very closely with Olivier and Jacques, but also looking into other multi-donor granting initiatives. As I mentioned, there are a lot of them that have come out, some of which are actually operating in Asia. And we want to make sure that we are supporting or designing this mechanism with the best lessons from all of these different mechanisms. With that information, we will have an initial design based on those lessons, but also based on the reality of the Flyway. We want to make sure that this granting capacity and this granting mechanism responds to the nature of the reality of the Flyway, the level of capacity that we have, as well as the different priorities that are going to be identified through the process of the TA with the bank. It is our intention, and we want to make sure that the design is consulted with potential donors, but also with selected members of the stakeholder group. We want this to be a participatory process that is very collaborative and that is very, very open and transparent, because it's the only way that is actually going to work. We learned that from CEPF in the early stages. The more that we can actually consult with people, the better that it is, the better that it works. And with that, all of that information will establish the mechanism, and we'll start fundraising and securing funds. I have to say, we are already fundraising for this. We are seeing a serious interest from some donors. And we are going to be looking not only in terms of donors that we already have been in conversations with in the United States and Europe, but also scoping donors in Asia, because we know that in the combination of trust and foundations in Asia, but also wealthy individuals, can make a huge difference in terms of the granting mechanism for the Flyway. So that's the plan. In terms of very preliminary thoughts about the granting mechanism, and just to finish, we want this to have a Flyway vision, but we'll have national implementation following the priorities identified in the investment plan of the TA. It will have, and we wanted it to have, and this is probably the trickiest element right now because it's a completely new thing, is how do we ensure a strong coordination with the lending portfolio to leverage both the loans and the grants. As I said, this has not happened. CEPF doesn't blend finance. So it is, there are a couple of other initiatives that have tried to blend finance. We are looking at, there's a Coral investment, and there's a couple of others in Africa that are trying to blend finance, but there are not loads of lessons yet. So this is probably the trickiest portion of the design as well as the execution. We wanted it to be competitive, but with heavy support to create capacity and enable wide participation. So a lot of handholding of local civil society, particularly nascent organizations, as well as indigenous peoples and local communities. It will favor OECM conservation and management and establishment of OECMs, but also restoration of habitat, supporting more sustainable production systems by local communities, and preserving ecosystem services. So a lot of the conversation that you guys were just having before will fit into perfectly with this process, and ensuring that we can enable local communities and local civil society to support the restoration and conservation of these. And a very strong component, as I said, of capacity building, enabling existing and new local civil society and indigenous peoples and local communities to support the conservation and restoration of the Flyway. We want the granting mechanism to really reach out to all of these organizations that will be the future of the Flyway. So we want to, you guys were talking about capacity gaps and existing capacity yesterday. We want to make sure that this, the Flyway initiative ends up with a very strong cadre of organizations that are going to be pushing for the conservation and management of the Flyway wetlands in the future. So that's it. That's me. Very happy to open for questions and discuss more. But as I said, we are very excited about this opportunity. Very excited about the opportunity of really building up a granting mechanism that leverages and connects directly with the lending system, and that it leverages and guides also how the lending can happen, also helping us to maintain accountability of both sides, the granting and the lending part. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you very much, Patricia. So as I mentioned earlier, we have a brief few minutes now for Q&A. If anyone has any questions about the development of the granting mechanism, if you want to raise a hand or pop something in the chat box, please feel free to do so. Patricia, one of the things that came up earlier in the discussion was we were talking quite a lot about the issue of Spartina control, and emerging as partly as an issue that was reported by Jambin in his presentation on work in China this morning. And there was actually a very lively discussion, particularly in the chat, on how widespread that issue is. And there was a suggestion that that might be something that the granting mechanism might be able to augment investments at site level to share technical expertise on eradication of Spartina and so on. I thought that was quite interesting. I hadn't thought of that before, but that's quite an interesting outcome. Any other comments, questions?
Definitely, and just on the Spartina, and was really, from my experience from CEPF, and I haven't seen in depth all the portfolios, the recent portfolios, but a lot of investment on not necessarily eradication of invasive species, although we did that in Melanesia and Polynesia before, but a lot of granting funding to create innovative mechanisms to take care of these problems. So one of the things that I love the most about CEPF, and that I still believe it's one of the strongest elements, is that it's a very risk-taking donor. It's a donor who is willing to really invest on experimenting with options. So it's not afraid of failing. And I think it makes a huge difference, because then you can guide development of new initiatives for Spartina or for conservation or for production systems that haven't really been thought about, and that could be extraordinary. It can have extraordinary results.
I think the other value I've seen from CEPF is relatively rapid response when you've got things like, I mean, David Melville was mentioning earlier, the issue with Great Knot Spring staging. I think it was 2 years ago when there was a failure in the availability of mollusks for Great Knot Spring migration, and there was a very kind of rapid response required, which we kind of covered with joint fundraising, and they're able to do that work and published on it recently, which is fantastic. But that's the sort of thing where having a granting mechanism that can respond relatively quickly to something that's highly innovative and quite urgent would be great. Doug is asking, what types of entities can be grantees, and will there be funding rounds, and what level of grant funding may be available?
So, I mean, as I said, we're still in thinking about how all of this is going to work, and we definitely want to have a reality check on how we make this more effective for the Flyway. But for CEPF, granting entities vary from small cooperatives of local producers of cocoa or coffee, for example. If they are constituted legally as a cooperative, they are eligible for funding. Civil society organizations, community organizations, in the video you had that group of indigenous peoples working with polylepis in Bolivia, for example. I know for a fact that those are indigenous cooperatives of producers, and they are eligible to have small grants. Traditional civil society organizations, local, international, and regional, but also in some cases, small private sector companies that are looking for, say, for example, the eradication of Spartina or the control of Spartina. If that's something that if we can provide initial funding, R&D type of funding, so research and development, even for small private sector companies, that is a possibility. It depends heavily on the governance of the granting mechanism, and we want to make it as nimble and agile as possible, as Gary was saying, one of the huge advantages of CPF is the rapid response that they have. And we want that to happen. I mean, things are changing so fast in the Flyway that we want to be able to, yes, have a granting portfolio that follows the priorities that have been identified by the investment plan, but make sure that we are responding to emergencies and make sure that that works. In terms of the funding rounds, initially we were talking about rounds of 5 years. That seems to be working well and has been working very well for CEPF, but it heavily depends on the donors. So we want to make sure that we create this pot-like type of mechanism where the donors are joining forces and sharing their funding, but not necessarily straining too much the rules, so we can have the flexibility and the granting mechanism can have the flexibility.
Great.
And what level of funding, it will depend, but I am envisioning that we will have a combination of both small grants and large grants. Doug.
Duncan, you've got your hand up.
Hi, Patricia. I just have a question on the coverage of where you think our sustainable financing mechanism might go, because one of the things that I think in my mind is quite attractive about it is that it wouldn't be focused just for ADB developing member countries, and it could also operate at a true Flyway scale, as in all the countries that are members of, the Flyway ultimately. So, there could be money available potentially in countries like Singapore or Korea, as well as the ones that are developing member countries that qualify for us. And that then means that when you're looking for donors as well, it means that you can bring in other people who may be more interested in it than maybe they would have been because it's something that they can actually see can get a true benefit in their country directly. So I was just wondering, is that the way you're thinking of going, or how do you think we should do that? Thanks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think the more flexible the granting and the sustainable financing mechanism is, the better we're going to be to service the Flyway. It's really interesting because the initial conversations that we have had with the donors, they want to see this testing of mapping against the lending mechanism as much as possible. But as you say, I think there is going to be a variety of donors that are interested in their local patch. And if we can actually open up and have a portfolio that includes access to grants in countries that are not necessarily eligible for the lending, that's going to make it a lot easier. I am incredibly excited about designing this. It is a huge opportunity for us to put everything, learn from all of these other experiences, but also design it from scratch. And as I said, make it be relevant to the reality of the Flyway. And as you say, Duncan, not all of the countries are going to be eligible for loans. So let's make sure that there is a space for granting in the countries where lending is not happening, and it is just traditional granting that is not necessarily blending finance at that point. I think what is exciting about this to the donor community is the scale, the fact that the bank is so interested in and that other bilaterals are interested in the initiative, but also the opportunity of really promoting connectivity throughout all of these different countries without having, blocks of land all connected together. So I think there are many elements that are making this initiative very attractive, and I really think that it is a huge opportunity to demonstrate to the donor community that something like this is possible. So we're in design mode. We will definitely come back to you guys with some of the ideas as things progress, but I would say we want this to be Flyway wide.
Great, thank you. Right, I shall move us on. We're running a little bit behind, I'm afraid, but like to go on. Thank you very much, Patricia. That's really exciting in prospect. We'd like now to go on to the reports back from the breakout group facilitators.
Hi, Gary.
Yeah.
Could I pinch
I'm
1
sorry,
minute
yes.
for photos?
I was
Yeah.
moving us along slightly too quickly there.
No
we
worries.
must do photograph, don't we?
We
Yes,
should.
forgive me. Do you need to take control of the group to do this?
I will. I'm working with Yoon's team to do that. One of her colleagues is really good at doing this, so I would let her. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Nujin,
Over to
are
you,
you?
Yoon.
Yeah. Thank you. Are you ready for taking photos?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So we have 3 galleries to take a photo. So we'll take 3 photos. So, okay. First group. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Done. Let's move to next group. But doesn't mean you don't have to smile. So please smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Moving to the last group. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think we are done. Back to you, Ding Li.
Thank you very much. That was great. I will now pass the floor back to Gary to bring us into the reporting of the breakout discussions, which I understand is very rich in ideas and content. Over to you, Gary.
Great, thank you. Sorry about that, Dingley. Okay, so I'll move us on quickly. We have 3 groups to report back, and I believe group 1 is Raphael. Is that correct?
That is not. I was facilitating, but we decided Hasan would do the reporting.
Okay,
so
forgive me.
we
Sorry,
provide
Hasan.
a bit of diversity here.
All right.
So Hasan, over to you, I believe.
Thank you, Raphael, for the diversity. So let me quickly share our mirror board for you to please have a look. Yeah, based on the reporting, I think this is better than sharing that in the screen. So, hello everyone. I'm Hasan from the EAP Secretariat. So we have quite a great discussion with a number of the country partners from Bangladesh, Philippines, Thailand, and Singapore. And the Singapore colleague also gave the number of the example from Malaysia and then Vietnam and Indonesia case. IUC and Raphael also a little bit fit on the case study. So as you can see, the mirror board, there is a quite number of the best practice and success story on the wetland management action based on the ecosystem service. For example, first from Malaysia, there is a case by engaging local community and the ecotourism group to boost the bird watching ecotourism, which brought the income and then some of its income through the homestay or food supply. And this also was reflected and then used in Indonesia as well. So the Singapore colleague, they say that it proved that using mangrove and the nature system can mitigate the coastal protection. So this was introduced as a good example. And second, as everyone knows, that China, Yancheng has become inscribed the World Heritage Site. So in the process, there's a lot of investment and they utilize the ecosystem service methodology. So having this high level of the protection. So it also proved that it has been delivered some of the nature conservation, the activity, and then it definitely improved the livelihood and the ecosystem service as well. So there are lots of the challenge and gap has been discussed. For example, in Bangladesh, they highlight that there is the huge knowledge gap between the inland and the coastal areas at the national government system. And also Philippines, they also say there is a difficulty in standard value and estimate, for example, carbon and the multiplier. There's no standard and the tool for the ecosystem. So they are a bit struggle that what has to be used as a criteria. The third element is there was a discussion is a huge capacity gap is theirs as we discussed yesterday. And then additionally, there was some of the suggestion that we should also need to scale up and enhance the integration, cross-cutting nature-based solution approach into the project on agriculture and the aquaculture as well. Also, They also will suggest that they need to also compare it to the other approach, gray infrastructure and across the cost benefit as well. Okay, and then the last component that we also briefly talked at how we can create a stronger incentive for the future investment. Yeah, as a potential collaborator, yeah, of course, like GCM, the JEF, and the World Bank, and the AFD were mentioned as well. Lastly, also was quite a great positive the initiative we have heard that in Philippines and Thailand, they are currently working on the nature, the capital accounting roadmap at the national level, which is including the wetland as one of the priority ecosystem for development account. So this was, I think, is the brief summary, but I think I'm sure that Raphael can supplement of just a quick summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Hason. I don't have much to add, but just to say that, you know, in a short, I believe less than an hour discussion with probably just a fraction of the countries from the Flyway, we really identified that there's a number of national level initiatives on really working on natural capital accounting. I think Hason just mentioned Philippines now that is really developing a national roadmap that will be endorsed by the government, looking at, you know, potential for assessment of ecosystem services, strengthening capacity building, need for finance, and moving all this toward the nature-based solution strategy. So that's quite a good example. Thailand also doing that as part of a JEF project in Crosby, so in southern Thailand, but really with outcome and lessons learned that will then feed a national framework on natural accounting. So a lot is happening in the region, which I think is good to document. And need for capacity building, probably harmonizations of approaches, and also how we move from ecosystem services evaluation and assessment toward nature-based solution strategies. So how can we define and design and monitor nature-based solution strategies as a key part, I believe, also of this initiative. So not leaving that aside, but really as a core pillar for a strategy that provides biodiversity benefits on birds conservation, but also human benefits on climate adaptation, mitigation, food, water security, and many others. So yeah, just the beginning of what I think needs to be a much longer and much more detailed discussion, but quite a good snapshot of number of initiatives happening in the region that are quite promising.
Great, thank you. And thanks, Raphael. I saw you posted a nice comment in the chat earlier as well with some useful links on that last topic. That's great. And I think you win the prize, or you're leading in winning the prize for the best organized mural, I think, so far.
All credit to Hason. She did it.
Set the bar high, that one has. Thank you. So over to, I think it's Anne-Sophie or Barend next.
They set the bar for the best organized mural, but we're trying as well. So our group, mainly consisting of people from NGOs and research, we identified what organization could contribute to the evaluation of wetlands ecosystem services. From the discussion, it was clear that there's a lot of expertise around, and we identified 7 areas where that focuses on. First of all, there's this sort of real monitoring of biodiversity in specific sites. So that's sort of the baseline information. There's some work on research. Of course, our group didn't cover the full research community, but you know, especially tracking of migratory birds and their use of habitats, etc., is an important element. Then there was quite some experience on training and training of trainers to implement ecosystem evaluation, but also water, bird, and wetland assessment. But there was also a special link to facilitation that local communities can participate in these processes at an equal level. Furthermore, there was some expertise in sort of further developing and refining the methodology of ecosystem restorations. And then finally, there was quite a lot of work on the actual ecosystem restoration. And I think Kevin was really pleased to see there was quite a lot of TESA being applied. And then finally, there were, but I think there must be more about the integration of ecosystem services in site management and policy. So there are examples throughout. We try to capture them on these notes, and these require, this expertise needs to be tapped into for further developing it. The second mural shows the, let me see how I put that one up. Something different. Sorry for that. The second mural, we went into the question of, so what are the success stories out there? And there are plenty. So from at site level examples of the integration of ecosystem services into management, ranging from, well, a lot of countries from China, mainland China and Hong Kong, from Vietnam, from Sri Lanka, from Japan, Indonesia, Philippines, etc. So these were all sort of integrating, trying to evaluate the benefits, the co-benefits of wetland management, ranging a lot of focus on fish ponds and aquaculture, but also going into rice fields and ecotourism. Much less work or much less examples we could find of really good scaling up exercises. So some work done in Java, in Indonesia, and also some examples in Myanmar. So that seems to be the area. So plenty of site level examples where integration is taking place, but what are the mechanisms for scaling up? An interesting question came up during the meeting about how sustainability is taken into account in ecosystem service evaluation, because it was noted that it might be quite profitable to go out hunting, but that is not something you probably would like to do. So we couldn't really answer that question, so we're putting it out there for the experts. All the details are in the mural. Is there anyone from the group who wishes to complement this? If not, back to you, Gary.
Great, thank you very much indeed. And then finally for group 3, I think it is Yoon and Thomas.
Yeah, I said I will do it. I can try and share my breakout group screen. Okay, so it was a brilliant group discussion. We were the kind of financing group, I suppose. So we focused most of our attention on a subset of questions that we had developed. Where's finance coming from? What types of financing could we develop, and what are the barriers at the moment that might be involved between governments contracting loans and the database of information that we're trying to develop through this TA. I think we started by noting that TESA would be an incredibly useful tool to get inputs from local communities, and you've got to ensure that any action you take at the end of the day does involve local communities and aligns to local communities' desires for what they want to be doing at the site. I think that kind of came through loud and clear. So the value of that TESA and that integration of local communities is vital. Also really important to build local capacity in relation to that too. We then spent quite a lot of time talking about wider natural capital and thinking about how that could be integrated into this project. And some of the tools that were mentioned were things like the system of environmental economic accounting, and they can help countries to compile, or they've been used previously to help countries to compile accounts. And that could be used as a bit of a tool to try to get on top of some of the wider natural capital benefits of some of these wetlands, to create a compelling argument, I think, for grantees, for development banks, for countries who could be contracting loans, that there are these kind of really clear wider benefits. And it was also noticed that anything that we do has to be really credible, measurable, and ideally peer reviewed to add credibility to it. It was noted that the USGS had worked with China to assess carbon sequestration of different management strategies for coastal wetlands. We thought that was quite interesting. Obviously, carbon could be quite a key ecosystem service benefit that we need to think about within this project. And it was also noted that China had methods for carbon accounting for seagrass and tidal flats through the Ministry of Natural Resources. And that China also has methods for carbon accounting for some of the integrated mariculture of shellfish and kelp, for example. And there was a reference to the World Bank's report in July 2021 entitled Banking on Protected Areas to Promote Green Recovery. And it was suggested that the team should look into that to get a bit more detail about what the World Bank's thinking on this subject. The KfW and ADB both talked about how important it was to have a project pipeline, so that you can align to, and that project pipeline, sorry, I've got a baby in the background, that project pipeline can align to a kind of a shopping list in a way, if that project pipeline has all of the details it needs. Shopping list for development banks like KfW, ADB, to potentially look at aligning opportunities within the pipeline to their development priorities or their investment priorities. It was important that when developing the pipeline and thinking about potential projects, we tried to integrate with local and national plans, and also potentially align to regional initiatives, like the Greater Mekong Sub-Regional Economic Cooperation Programme was one of the regional initiatives that was thought. If we can try and align some of the opportunities that's within this pipeline to development priorities, to local, national, and potentially regional plans or regional initiatives, then it was thought that this may be a project that could really launch something as far as blended finance is concerned. And then finally, we talked about climate resilience and the importance of any ecosystem services that are being invested in being resilient into the future. So they're a kind of a solid resource. And one of the points at the end was raised that the USGS has a standard model for micro scale changes of elevation in coastal wetlands, which can be used to assess vegetation growth, potentially alien species, and also sea level rise. So hopefully you've heard me in front of my screaming baby behind me who has to go to his childminder now because it's still early morning here in the UK. And if anyone else in the group would like to add anything, then please go ahead. Thanks.
Thomas, you did a great job there with the child bleating away in the background. Congratulations on coping. That was fantastic. It was a very busy group and lots going on. I might just add, in my position of both facilitator and team leader, that one of the things that actually didn't come out in the discussions that I would really want to emphasize is that that we're looking forward to collaborating with the Natural Capital Lab within the bank. Patricia just put a comment in actually on to the same effect. So that's an important dimension to this as well, that we can feed into that burgeoning capacity within the institution itself. So that's quite exciting. Matthew has his hand up. Matthew.
I didn't quite get all of this typed in, so if I might say this verbally, I think when we consider the resilience of these sites, we have to think about the future. Perhaps a way to a catchphrase to think about is that resilience is process. For so many of these coastal sites, they are maintained by an active, naturally functioning upstream system. If that is cut off, we can spend all the money in the world on trying to artificially maintain that system. But if the rivers upstream and the processes offstream are not maintained, we're fighting a losing battle. So really want to encourage our consideration of dynamic processes that make these wonderful habitats possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Matthew. That's a great thought. Okay, so we are almost caught up on time, but not quite. So I will say thank you to everyone for helping with the convening and participating in those discussions. Certainly the group I was in was fantastic. I learned a huge amount in a very short space of time. Very energetic discussion. And with that thought, I will move us on to wrapping up. So Duncan has very kindly offered to give his reflections on synthesize the discussions for the whole of the workshop. So I hand over the floor to you, Duncan.
So this has been done on the hoof. And so it's kind of really a summary of what we've gone through, at least half. And then there's some kind of things that just to sort of remind almost about next steps, etc. So hopefully this is going to work. Right, here we go. Okay, so on day one yesterday, we had a great session, and really we introduced the Flyway initiative for those who weren't aware of what it was. We also then got some key messages from ourselves about what ADB is doing, what we are, and where we're going with nature positive investment. We also had reflections from the Flyway partnership, their mandate, what they're doing, and then also BirdLife as well in the actions of BirdLife and then their role within the Flyway, and all those groups as well, how we're all dealing with the regional Flyway initiative and our involvement. So that was kind of like the introduction. Then we got a great situation analysis from Tej and Dingley, looking at where we are, the stock taking of the status of water birds along the Flyway, where the important sites are, what are the trends of the birds, mainly not good, going down, and really kind of giving us a kind of view to take things forward and show that we need that call to action, really. We then had a great country experience example from the Thai government, which was wonderful, showing some really positive examples of where the government action is getting involved and developing wetlands in coastal areas there, which was wonderful to hear about. We then had some thinking from international commitments. Firstly, we got some feedback from Ramsar Secretariat on the Ramsar obligations, and the requirements for them and opportunities that they provide as well, and also giving a bit of a context to the upcoming COP14 in 2022. We then got some feedback from my colleague Kate Hughes on nationally determined contributions and also national adaptation plans and how they fit in with the Paris Agreement and what opportunities they provide, and how we think that the Regional Flyway Initiative can be a great mechanism by which to deliver on those obligations. And I think that's something that I think we need to think about quite strongly and consider in with our work. We also, just to say at ADB, we have quite strong commitments on that, so that if we can kind of use those commitments to show that we're delivering on them, that then makes the projects quite attractive from our management as well to take forward where we're delivering on those. We also had some great breakout session on capacity assessment and needs. Now, I've just taken these, broadly. These are not ones, these are from the 3 different groups that we had. There was the question 1, which was, what are the key capacity gaps for wetland protection in your country? And then the second one was, what are the priority actions to address these gaps? So I'm not really going to go through those in detail, but they were basically, from my understanding, what I saw was that there were definitely 3 different kind of bits of feedback from the different groups, so the governments and development partners, as well as the CSOs. And different things seem to come out from those groups as to what was important and what wasn't, and where the gaps were. So I think that's something that we as the team will take away and use that in the further development of the RFI. But it's great to get that as kind of feedback to sort of jumpstart the process. We also found out through this process and over the last couple of weeks, there's actually a lot of gap analysis and capacity assessment work has actually already been done throughout the region, and that's something that we want to tap into. So just as a reminder for anybody who's attending today, if you have any feedback on any of these areas on capacity assessments that you have done, or some work in your country or by your organization that you'd be willing to share, we would warmly welcome it. So that kind of concluded day 1. And then moving into day 2, well, we've had quite a lot of discussions today. We had a wonderful detailed look at the Paulson Institute's coastal blueprint there with for PRC for China. That was extremely helpful for us to kind of, I think, is almost like a benchmarking exercise to show us what we would maybe like to do in other countries as well. It's a very detailed piece of work, and I think it's shown. It also shows where you've got some really great political support at a high level where you can really make a difference. So I think it was quite telling to see that we really need to make sure that we've got that support for our initiative as well, which I think we certainly from ADB, I feel like we do, which is great. We also then got the presentation from Mike, who's now here, if you've got any questions for him, on the actual site selection process, key considerations for that. And that work is now underway in full flow, and we're taking it forward, and we would welcome comments as we continue to work on that. We also got some great feedback across those two sessions about whether we have protection versus sustainable management, which should we focus on, and they're not necessarily mutually exclusive, and that they both could be investment projects for us. And also the growing concern about Spartina, and we just discussed again, I saw in the chat about that. So that's something I think that we've taken on board, and I think it's something we'll be considering as we move forward. Moving on, we got then a feedback on the great work from James Cook University by the team there on the spatial analysis and the looking at the loss and gain in coastal habitats. Fantastic work, and I'm really looking forward to getting more into the weeds with that. And I think that's going to be an extremely valuable tool for us moving forward, for us to apply that as we're going through the site selection process. We then got a great feedback from Kelvin on the Tessa tool and how we could use it. And it really interested me when Kelvin explained the real difference with what we have there about the, ecosystem services, really that the Tessa is helping us kind of look at, rather than natural capital, which is just sort of taking that value of a thing and putting a number against it. Here, we're really thinking about what communities will benefit out of an area, the livelihood that it can support. And that's something I think that we will really try to look into integrating into that site selection process when we're whittling down from the big list to the small list. And then lastly, we had Patricia just now giving us the experiences of the Critical Ecosystem Partnership Fund, and really the opportunities that doing a similar fund with our sustainable financing mechanism may have to get that blended financing with our investment part, as well as the granting part. Maybe they would be running in parallel, but I think that's very attractive for us, and it gives us that opportunity to reach out in different countries, as we were discussing, but also to reach out to different actors, CSOs, local communities, as well as government. We then had, kind of earlier on, but anyway, I've stuck it at the end there, just the discussion. I won't go into this because we've just done that. But anyway, it was very helpful for us looking at the valuation of wetland ecosystem services. What can you contribute, and what the success stories are? So these are just from group one, because that was the one I attended. But I think there was some really great content overall, and I'm looking forward to looking into them in further detail. So finally, next steps. So for me, I have to say this has been a wonderful 2 years. It has been the middle of the night, but it's been well worth getting up. And Tomas and others who've come in from the UK and all these other funny time zones, really appreciate your input. So yeah, moving forward, what do we need to do? Well, first off, for ourselves, we need to make sure that we get the the grants, the TA, our technical assistants, approved and allowed to be working in the different countries. So we are in the process of doing that, and we will be moving forward with that. For any of the developing member countries on the call, we will be reaching out to yourselves to try and go through that no objection process, and hopefully we can then start to work in earnest in the country. The second part is that these are just relating to our development outputs for the technical assistance. So the needs assessment work, we've really now kicked that off, and we will start to be in touch with you in the coming months. BirdLife and team moving forward will be in touch to kind of take that work forward. But I think we've got a good start here through the workshop to sort of, now we kind of know maybe where we need to angle the discussions, which I think perhaps we weren't so sure of before. So I think this has been very valuable. And then second part is on the priority selection process. As Mike mentioned in his session there, we've done quite a lot of work on that site selection framework, and we will come out with the actual framework that we're planning to apply on the biological front, probably by the end of the first quarter in 2022. We will then start to go through that process by which we will get to the 100 site list, and then getting down to the second, the priority sites. And that's really when we will need to engage with yourselves in the different countries and also with the different stakeholders to kind of go through that process. So expect to hear from the team in 2022. We also hope by the end of Q3 in 2022, we can try and get to consensus on the list of priority sites and start that concept development. So we hope to maybe do that in conjunction with some of these large-scale events that are happening. Next year, we have the Ramsar COP, as well as the second part of COP15 Part 2. And so we have opportunities there to convene a meeting and discuss with everybody. And then lastly, we also have the identification of project investment opportunities. And we really want to kind of hear from yourselves about how those can, you know, what interventions could happen at your different sites that would really be beneficial to take forward, you know, an investment there that could have a benefit for a priority site. So we look forward to hearing on that as well. So with that, I would just like to say a big thank you. First off, a huge thank you to, you know, everybody who's been a part of this, you know, organizing this. We have the BirdLife team, the Flyway partnership team, and ADB staff as well. Apologies if I haven't put everybody's names on the list. I've been doing this kind of very ad hoc while I've been trying to listen. So, but yes, really, really appreciate all the hard work from everybody. Also appreciate the great speakers. You know, you've done a great job in setting the scene for what we've been doing over the last couple of days. A lot of hard work's gone into that. Jambin's presentation must have taken a hell of a long time to put together. So really appreciate the hard work everybody has done in doing that. I'd also like to thank the facilitators. It's not easy getting, you know, input out of people in different languages, you know, trying to invigorate the conversation. And I'd also like to thank the translators there who've helped, and apologies earlier on the first day when we didn't have that all organized, but hopefully it all.
我们的翻译组织稍微有一些混乱，向大家道歉。但是之后终于能够做得好了。那同时呢，要感谢在座的各位，尤其是各位仍然和我们在一起的各位听众，非常感谢大家，非常感谢每一位参会人员，感谢大家非常积极的反馈，我们有非常好的讨论。那在亚航呢，我们应该可以很好的实施我们这个 RFI 的项目。好，那我想感谢大家，那我就说到。
Come in afterwards and give some.
อาจจะมีผู้ที่จะมากล่าวปิดในนามของ ADB นะครับก็ขอบพระคุณครับขอบคุณคุณ ดังขึ้น
You've mentioned rather than running through it again, and just say thank you to your good self for all the time you spent and effort on making all of this happen, not just this meeting, the last 2 years, really. Thank you. And with that, I will take us through to the final closing remarks. We got closing remarks from 3 people, and first of all, from the ADB side, I'd like to introduce Qingfeng Zhang, who is the Chief of Rural Development and Food Security Thematic Group, Officer in Charge, Chief of the Environment Thematic Group, and Qingfeng was the Director of Environment, Natural Resources and Agriculture in the East Asia Department in the bank, and so knows the subject very well and has been a great supporter for the development of the Regional Flyway Initiative as we've gone forward. Thank you, Qingfeng, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Gary. So good evening, good afternoon, good morning, colleagues and guests across the different time zones. I also, firstly, I want to join Duncan from the IDB and say, Coach, thank you for all of you for attending this RFI Inception over the last 2 days. As Gary just introduced, I worked with the East Asia Department for many years. So 15 years ago, when I started to prepare the Jiangsu Yancheng Wetland Protection Project from the ADB end, serve as a task measure, I could not imagine we have the opportunity to replicate the experiences from Jiangsu Yancheng to the Flyway scale. Of course, as Patricia mentioned, 3 years ago, Patricia, CEO of the BirdLife International, came to the ADB to discuss her vision on a RFI initiative. I was deeply inspired and also convinced. So I want to say thank you to Patricia, CEO of BirdLife International, and also your team. And of course, the colleagues from the East Asian, Australia, Asia Flyway Partnership. Of course, my peer colleagues from the ADB side, Duncan, Chege, many of the other colleagues from the regional departments, they are work together, turning this vision into the reality. Of course, I also very honored to join this dream team again, carry this initiative forward. Of course, Duncan, quickly to summarize the key takeaway from the last 2 days already here, probably let me just highlight 2 key points I found it very important from my perspective. Number one, in these 2 days, we discussed about the needs assessment, site selection, wetland core benefits. I want to emphasize the urgency of site selection and also importance of balancing needs between the nature and also livelihood. Again, I want to just take the Jiangsu Yancheng Wetland project as an example. My team and myself started the preparation in 2007, and only being able to secure the project approval in the bank in 2011. We took close to 4.5 years to get the project go through the process. To protect the Jiangsu Yancheng reliable natural reserve, the outputs of our project design include ecological farming, wetland habitat rehabilitation, control of the invasive species. Many of you also mentioned about Spartan. This is one of the key pilot we started 10 years ago. Eco compensation, of course, and forest management, and also the ecotourism. Again, for the water size, we're going to select. I don't say we're going to select. Spend another 4.5 years. With our earlier lessons, I believe we can significantly.
的这个教训的基础上，我希望我们能够大大的缩短项目准备的时间。但是呢，我也希望我们的这个项目能够尽快的完成整个项目准备过程。那同时第2点呢，我们也强烈的需要加强 RFI 和其他的这个项目之间的联系。那其中和我们的这个自然资本 评估，还有亚航自己的这个一些议程。那Patricia刚才已经说了，在他的这个开幕致辞里面，还有在我们的聊天框里已经谈到了。那我们的这个Natural Capital Life 会和RFI 一起来合作，希望能够呢包括我们的这个自然资本评估、生态补偿以及更好的融资机制各方面开展工作。那在自然资源评估方面呢，亚航是刚刚宣布了这个在2030年的那么1亿美元的这个目标。那其中呢有34%是这个作为CAM 的这个资本金。那我们也是希望呢通过这个碳汇能够大大的提高这个韧性同时呢也提升 CAM 对当地社区的这个影响。所以我们也需要找到一个方式能够去带来更多的这个附加价值。那同时呢，我们也谈到了COP15生物多样性的第2阶段会，还有就是 Ramsar 的这个地方大会。那么一个是在昆明，一个是在武汉，2022年。我相信呢，我们会共同的合作，在这些方面会希望呢，在这2个重要的大会上，我们有重要的结果可以报告给大会。那最后呢，我想说，感谢我们各位的这个专家演讲者和参会人员，使得我们这次的这个会议取得了这么大的成果。再次的感谢大家，希望大家呢能够保持联系。好，谢谢大家。交给Gary。非常感谢庆丰，非常好的这个闭幕致辞。非常高兴呢能够看到我们所建立了这些所有非常重要的桥梁来通过亚航来支持那么这个项目非常的感谢。那接下来我们是 Nick Davidson。Nick 呢是这个东亚澳大利亚西亚的天飞项目的副秘书长。那所以呢，他对我们要做的事情是有非常多的这个知识的。现在有请。非常感谢 Gary。这个研讨会真的非常的好。
Know, or if not, we should know that we face the double whammy of a global climate crisis and a global biodiversity crisis, and these are not separate; they are interlinked. And wetlands and wetland-dependent species are not in any way exempt from these crises. Indeed, probably they are in bigger trouble than many other ecosystems. Wetlands have huge importance and value to people for their livelihoods. They also are very important in relation to climate mitigation, because we know increasingly that they store huge amounts of carbon, and often it is locked up because it's locked up because it's below ground, but because it's below ground, you can't see it in the same way you can see a tropical forest tree, which is where most of the carbon is in forests, which is above ground. But increasingly, and particularly what we now tend to call blue carbon, coastal ecosystems, vegetated ecosystems and tidal flats, by unit area, store huge amounts of carbon, orders of magnitude bigger than other terrestrial ecosystems. So we are looking after them, aren't we? Well, the answer is, of course, no, or we wouldn't be discussing this initiative in the workshop for the last couple of days. So despite this huge importance, we are just carrying on converting and destroying wetlands worldwide. And we also know from recent studies that the wetlands we haven't got around to destroying yet, the remaining wetlands, are becoming more and more widespread deterioration. Their ecological character is deteriorating more widely than it is improving. So we need to do more. And nowhere are the pressures greater and the rates of change greater than in the East Asia, Australasia region. So clearly we have not been doing enough to turn around, despite all the efforts of people implementing Ramsar, implementing Biodiversity Convention and so on. We just have, it isn't enough, has not been enough to halt, let alone reverse the loss and degradation of wetlands, which is what the Ramsar Convention in 1971 had as its goal and its ambition. We've still not got there. So we need to do more. Clearly, as we've been discussing, we need to look at more on-the-ground intervention and implementation to better manage our wetlands, better restore our wetlands. But I think we also, although it may be somewhat outside the scope of this initiative, need to strengthen national, regional policy frameworks, because those act as the enabling environment for people working on the ground. If you try and do things on the ground and you don't have government national level support through its policies, you don't necessarily have the implementing situation that really encourages you to go and do it. So I can only hugely congratulate ADB, BirdLife and the Flyway Partnership Secretariat for developing the RFI initiative. It is very, very much needed. And I think it has huge potential. We're in the early stages yet, as we've discussed. The modalities of how it might operate are just beginning to be worked out. But one comment that struck me, one of the limitations to successful implementation, we know very frequently, is lack of capacity and lack of resources on the ground. And I think it was somebody possibly...
我觉得可能是 Gary 昨天你谈到了，那经常呢，我们现在面临的问题就是，出资方，比如说发展银行，他们有资金，他们希望把这个资金用来改进湿地进行这个生态多样性的投资，但是他们不知道哪些是最好投资的地方。但是现场很多人他们有很好的想法，但是他们也不知道怎么去找到这个资金，或者他们没有足够能力去实施这些项目。所以呢，IFI 希望能够弥补这个差距。那这样的话呢，我们会有一系列的这个参与者。那在座的参与者，我们也可以看到了大家怎么样的相互合作。那我们在闭幕的时候，我觉得我们大家的合作不是就此终止，我们这应该是一个支持性的网络，让大家能够在未来更好的相互联络、互相的分享。那关于我们的这个切飞路线合作的这个伙伴呢，那其实我并不处在切飞路线上，我是在这个
by the partners of the Flyway Partnership, and our role is to provide scientific technical advice and support to the partnership, the partners, and not least the Flyway Partnership Secretariat, also known as Doug and Heiss and Yoon, who we work very closely with. And I would also note that I'm been here in my capacity as chair, but we have at least 2 other members of the technical subcommittee participating throughout this workshop, Tej Munker and David Melville. So if they have any other comments or corrections once I've finished talking, stick their hands up. We stand ready to help advise and support the development and implementation of the partnership in whatever ways seem most helpful to you as the team. We do have limited capacity because we all work, have other day jobs and work with the subcommittee in a voluntary capacity, but we have a wealth of knowledge and expertise on the Flyway, on wetlands and on its migratory water birds. So we are ready to help. We wait and see what help you would like best as you develop the ideas. Finally, well, I have to thank all the organisers of this workshop. It's not that I have to, I must thank all the organisers of this workshop and everybody who's participated. It's been great organisation. Zoom calls with 60 or 70 people on them don't always run smoothly in my experience. This has been spectacularly smooth. And you've kept us very well organised and made sure we do exactly what you need at each point in the discussions. And that's a really great skill. fantastic presentations. I'm sure none of us will go away from this workshop feeling we know less about what's going on out there. I've learned a huge amount, and there are some really exciting things happening that we can capitalize on in the development of the initiative. And also great discussions and an enormous richness of ideas from everybody participating. A lot of participants at workshops I go to sometimes just sit there silently and nod. That hasn't been the case here. The frantic typing on these post-it label boards and so on has been really quite spectacular to watch. I think it's probably the most engaged and energetic workshop I've participated in for a long time. And I hope that every one of you participating will leave the workshop shortly with some better insights into the issues and approaches of the RFI, what underlies the need for the RFI, and how we can all help contribute to its development and implementation in the future. So well done, everybody. I think you all deserve to have a much needed and restful evening, or in my case, early morning still. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. Congratulations to a fantastic workshop.
Thank you very much, Nick. That's wonderful. And knowing you as I do for many years, I know you're completely honest about these things and you tell us the way it is. So you're telling us it when you're saying those things. I know you're being very honest. So it's
actually, this is the first time for everything. I thought the whole thing has been complete rubbish, really. But not at all. Not at all. I would not have said what I have said.
Careful, I can mute. As organizer, I can mute you. So watch it.
No, everything I said, I really, really mean. This is exciting. And we must not let the levels of excitement drop as we get into the nitty-gritty of developing it. And Patricia is nodding very strongly about that. And I think everyone who's participated in this workshop, please do continue to send your thoughts and ideas and contributions into the process as it develops. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks very much, Nick. Everybody's very welcome in that. And just to say, you flagged up the organisation, and I'm not going to take any credit for that at all, because that's been done by Ding Li and Hui Kun in our Asia office, and they are remarkable at doing such things, and that's all their work. Thank you. They've had lots of help, but they've driven the process. It's been brilliant. So finally, I'd like to turn to Vinayagan Damaraja, the director of our Asia team in BirdLife. I think everybody knows who Vina is. I think you've been introduced at least 4 times on the call so far, so I won't dwell any longer. Over to you, Vina, for some closing comments. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Gary. And it's nice to close this. I just want to start off by thanking the Asian Development Bank for what has been a visionary initiative and for your leadership in putting together this initiative. There's been some fantastic work done by many different organizations along the Flyway, many of whom are here today, and all of which has been incredible. But taking this to the next level in terms of scaling it up, in terms of trying to make sure that we achieve success across an entire ecological landscape, that is the East Asian Australasian Flyway, that requires game-changing interventions. And your intervention has been a game-changing one. And I think everybody on this call will sort of understand and appreciate the significance of this project, not just in terms of their individual projects and individual initiatives, but how this is going to bring change to the Flyway as a whole. So thank you so much for that. Nature and capital, and nature as capital, that's been a central idea of this project right from the beginning. And I'm glad, because nature is, we've got to start looking at nature as capital. And therefore, I hope that the conclusions that come out of this initiative, the projects that come out of this initiative, support the work of the fantastic work of the Natural Capital Lab at ADB, because this is something that we all need to do collectively to achieve conservation at scale. I do want to thank our colleagues at the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership. We have a fantastic relationship with you. We're doing various things with you. But with this project, we've suddenly taken that relationship to new and dizzying heights, and I'm enjoying the ride. It's been a pleasure. It's been fun. Doug, I enjoy working with you and your team, and I think our colleagues at BirdLife enjoy that, and I don't see this, and I see this as an opportunity for us, not just in relation to the Flyway initiative, but to work with you more closely on a whole bunch of things. So may this just be the beginning of more good things to come. Your role in this project is going to be critical. Your advice, your guidance, and most importantly, your convening power. The fact that you have the ability to bring governments to the table, you have the ability to bring technical experts to the table, and hopefully we can contribute by bringing civil society to the table. That combination, I think, is going to be essential for this project.
我觉得对于我们这个项目的成功来说呢是非常重要的。那我也想感谢我的团队以及亚航，还有就是我们的这个千飞动艺的这个团队 Gary， 感谢你的出色的工作。那么你在和 Chingay 还有亚航所有的这些朋友们，你们成功的组织了这个2天的这个研讨会。我知道你们做了大量的工作，但是看上去并不是大家又以非常轻松的形式感受了这2天。那么我们现在实际上在从组织的这个会议的这个角度来说，是有很多的这个细节的。最终呢，我也想感谢所有的各位，感谢各位的参与，感谢你们的贡献，你们的这个很好的想法。那么我也想反映一下你们所说出来的这样的一个想法。那么我觉得我们都会同意这样的一个叙事。那么这个就是 Duncan 在第一天的时候所说的，那他就是给了一个非常好的这样的一个图。那么在湿地呢，确实，比如说呢，在亚洲是一个一体化的这样的一个景观。那么亚洲的这个湿地，它自然和人之间的这样的一个关系，在湿地里面得到了特别的这样的一个展示。它跟森林不太一样。那么，所以我们关注到这个人与自然之间的这样的一个联系。关注到这个湿地的这样的一个特殊的桥梁的作用，那么自然对于人类以及人类和自然之间的这种互惠的这样的一个关系，我们现在必须要有合适的这样的一个项目，这种认识也是非常的重要的，能够保证我们能够在这个项目中正确的得以实施。那么怎么才能使保证我们这种就是感性的这样的一个认识，最终能够成为 Duncan 在他的这个图表中所展示出来的这样的一个图像呢？这个就是我们面临的一个挑战，那就是要把我们的这样的一个感性的认识，然后抓住这样的一个合力，把它转化成一个政府来推动的和实现的这样的一个项目，公民社会呢也因此能够得以参与。那么也非常感谢各位，那么我们也非常高兴，国际鸟盟呢成为了这个前卫动议的一部分，成为了这个研讨会的一部分。那现在又请 Gary 来，我们现在确实是时间上已经过了我们的这个日程，那我们的这个研讨会就结束了。那么感谢大家的参与，那希望大家呢继续来进行讨论。如果大家还想再进行聊天讨论的话，那我们还可以再继续进行。如果你有一些什么具体的问题的话，我们也都还在这儿再待一会儿。那么现在就正式的来结束我们这2天的研讨会。